on the day that you, in October of was it October of 1989 that your mother brought you home and you couldn't find your keys?
Yes.
And what did you do when you got to your house?
I waited for my roommate to get home. And then I think I waited for about a half hour, and then I think I walked over to my dad's house.
So your mother just left you there?
Yes.
Okay, and your roommate didn't come home at all, is that correct? In that time you waited?
Right.
Yeah. And did you ever tell your father about the keys?
I don't think I did.
Now, you've indicated that there was 2 phones that went into the house, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one phone was your father's private phone?
Yes.
He had a machine on that, did he not?
No.
You never had a machine on that phone?
No.
Okay. And there was a phone that was for the children, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. And you said your father turned that phone off a lot when he was home because he didn't like getting calls, isn't that right?
I believe he turned it off when we weren't home on the weekends. I think he turned it off in times like that, but usually the machine was still on.
Yeah. So he turned it off because that's not where he would get his calls, and he wouldn't want to be bothered with your calls.
No, he'd get calls there too, but he didn't want to be bothered by any calls.
Okay,
and any really important calls, then they would come through to his own line.
So he would leave his own phone on, is that correct?
Right.
And there were friends that he had that he only gave his private line to?
I believe there's a couple of friends that had that line. I don't know that a lot of friends did. It didn't ring that much. So I don't really know who had it.
Now when you went to, did the school in Arizona, did it get out in May? Is that
Yes.
what went out?
It gets out in the first week in May, around May 3rd to 5th.
And so your finals are over then?
Right.
And had you taken all your finals?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
At some point in time, you indicated that you went back to Arizona in 1989, is that correct?
Yes, that was for the finals in December.
And you had some physical problems that led to that?
Yes.
Now, during the time that when you went back to Arizona, you had some problems with getting an apartment, did you not?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, you talked to your mother about problems with an apartment, didn't you?
The last time I went back in October?
Yes.
Yes.
And you told her that your father was not going to pay money for an apartment, is that correct?
No.
You told her that she would not, that there was a problem with how much he would pay for an apartment?
There was a problem with a couple things about the apartment, about me having a roommate. He wanted me to have a roommate. And about the price of apartments. That was problem 2. But it wasn't a problem initially when I first went to Arizona. It was a problem once I found this one single apartment. It's just a problem about one apartment. It wasn't in general about all apartments.
Well, you called your mother acting like you were upset, didn't you?
Objection Vegas time.
Sustained.
Did you call your mother that fall, acting that you were upset about the apartment?
No.
Did you call, what did you pretend at any point in time that you were crying about the apartment? Try to pretend you were crying?
I left a message on my mom's machine joking around that I was crying, but I said nothing about an apartment on that machine. I don't believe.
Your mother made a big deal of that, didn't she?
Well, we only talked about that one time, and then now it's just been no. But we only talked about that one time. There wasn't any more talks about it because then Dad died.
Your mother never had your mother never made a big deal out of you not getting an apartment?
That day she did. On I think it was Monday or Tuesday. That was the only time we talked about it though.
And during the time that you talked to your mother about the apartment, didn't you talk to her about a trip your father was taking to Greece?
No.
Did you tell her that you were upset at your father because he was paying all his employees way to Greece, but he wasn't willing to give you extra money for the apartment you wanted?
No, I did not. Mom said that.
Mom said that.
Yes, I did not mention Greece at all.
Did she tell you how she found out about that he was paying the employees' way to Greece?
No, I don't think she, I don't know how she found out.
Did you know that?
That he was paying, yes, and yes, I did know that he took the whole firm to Greece.
And now, at the time that you went to Notre Dame, to a football game, there was a time where you were not able to sit at the table you wanted to sit at, is that correct?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
You talked to your mother about not being able to sit at the table. Is that-
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd like to be heard, Your Honor.
That's just sitting at a table at Notre Dame.
Yes, Your Honor, I'd like to be heard.
All right, come on up. Go ahead.
Ms. Broderick, you testified about an incident that took place when your father and David Monahan took you to a pizza hall. You remember that?
Yes,
And you recall that it was about the time that Rhett Broderick was born, that took place?
No, maybe Danny.
Okay.
I don't think it could have been Rhett.
Okay. Rhett was born in 1979 and Danny in 1977.
I don't recall. It could have been either one of them, I suppose.
And so you would have either been 7 or 9 years old then?
Right.
And during the time, you indicated that you don't recall, or do you recall your mother yelling at your father when he came home?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember what the weather was out that day?
It was at night.
Do you remember what the weather was like that night?
No, I don't.
You remember your mother yelling at your father about the conditions of the road and rain?
No, I don't.
Uh,
All I really remember is her throwing a stereo and the marble thing. I don't remember what she yelled. I remember that she was angry, yelling, and that she did that.
You knew that your father had been convicted of a drunk driving in 1978, didn't you?
No, I did not.
And you remember testifying at the last trial that you were aware of 2 of your father's drunk driving convictions?
My mom told me that, but I didn't know at the time, and I still don't know what years. Right, I really don't know anything about them.
I object, Your Honor, as facts not evidence and destroyed.
Sustained, answer stricken.
But you remember at the last trial indicating you did know about it.
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence.
Sustained. It's getting rather warm here. If the lawyers want to take their jackets off, it's all right with me.
I'll come back to that in a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
You indicated that during the time that when you were in 1985, when you were living with your mother, she had a Suburban, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you indicated later on she got other cars, an old Jaguar
yes,
and a Chevrolet.
Right.
And the Chevrolet was mainly driven by you and Lee, was it not?
Lee, I didn't drive that much.
Your mother did buy you a car, didn't she?
Yes,
And the reason that she bought you a car was because your father, the only car you had to drive was an MG, isn't that right?
Well, she really didn't buy me a car. She just put a down payment on it, and then she wouldn't pay for it anymore.
Well, there was an old, an MG is what you were driving, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, when you've gone through all these incidents about your mother being upset at your father, were they just in a vacuum? Would all of a sudden your mother just start swearing about your father, or were things happening that would make her upset?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. He's asked that question several times.
Sustained.
Okay. One of the instances that your mother was screaming about when you went through this litany was about the fact that the only car you had to drive was an MG, wasn't it?
Well, I didn't get my license till I was 18, and that's when I got the car. So I don't believe that that was an issue. No. That's when I got the car that my mom got me.
What year were you in, what year did you become 18?
1988.
And in 1988, your mother was not upset at your father or not saying things about your father?
Yes, she was.
And you testified to,
I don't think that had anything to do with me driving an MG, though. She was mad at Dad for a million other things.
she never yelled at the fact that, that you had a car that was breaking down, your father would not believe you?
Yes, she did. That was after she bought me the Volkswagen. That wasn't before.
But the MG broke down, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And you would tell her that your father wouldn't believe you that it broke down, didn't you?
Well, then he would drive it and it wouldn't break down when he drove it. So then he said that we were imagining it.
And that was upsetting to you, wasn't it?
Yes.
And you relayed that to your mother?
Probably.
You indicated that there was a letter that your mother copied and sent out to family members. Remember that? This is people 44?
Yes, I do.
Okay, do you remember this letter?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, the one letter that appears to be very clear, that's in your mother's handwriting?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the other letter, whose handwriting is that?
Linda.
Okay. So Linda was writing a letter for Dan, is that correct? For Dan to, she was the ghostwriter.
Well, he wasn't really supposed to send it. She just was upset that Dad hadn't told his parents yet. So then she wrote a letter telling them, but he wasn't supposed to rewrite that and send that. It was just kind of a hint, like, you better tell them.
Okay.
And then Mom found it. She didn't know anything about
So
what it really was for.
this letter wasn't, when it was written, was not to go out at all.
No, because it's Linda writing to Mom and Dad, but not to her mom and dad, my dad's mom and dad. So, no.
She wasn't writing the letter telling your father, just send this letter off?
No.
It was her hint of saying you should write a letter like this?
Right.
And did you know who, there's a reference to Al Kinsler in here, do you know who that was?
I think that's my Aunt Nancy's husband.
And do you know why that would have, what that meant?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I have to see it.
Overall, she knows.
Oh, yeah, see it.
Oh, okay. What was the question?
Do you know what that reference to Mr. Kinsler was about?
Your Honor, I object to this speculating as to what someone else is referencing the letter is to.
Overruled, just answer that yes or no. Do you know what it's about, yes or no?
If you read it, it kind of says what it's about, but otherwise,
So
no.
other than that, you don't know?
No.
So your answer's no?
Right.
The, you indicated in testimony that, that your father never did things to people in anger, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
and that he had a very good relationship with Linda, is that right?
Yes, that is.
Were you aware of an occasion where he dumped a pitcher of beer on
Objection, Your
her?
Honor. So, facts on that.
Sustained.
Well, had you heard, would it make a difference if you had
Objection,
heard?
Your Honor, this is not a character witness.
Sustained.
Well, you didn't know what Dan was doing to Linda away from the house, did you?
Objection, obviously, the answer is obvious.
Well, if you want to give the obvious answer, then go ahead.
I wasn't there. I mean, if they told me about it, I knew.
And did they tell you about things that were happening away from the house?
Yeah, like things that they go do and things like that.
Did Linda ever tell you about a time that she had?
Objection, Your Honor. It states facts not in evidence and it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Have you heard, Your Honor? I'd like to make at least an offer of proof.
As to what Linda told her,
Yes, and about the area of her opinion.
she's not a character witness for or against Linda.
That she was for her father.
Objection, Your Honor. No, she wasn't.
I'd at least like to make a record, Your Honor.
All right, come on up. Sorry, Mr. Erling, the other jury has reached a verdict, and we have to get the other lawyers, but go ahead.
Thank you. You indicated that when in 1989, on November 5th, when you got a call from Lee, you called a friend in San Diego.
First I called a friend in Arizona. And then I called friends in San Diego later.
Who did you call in San Diego?
PJ Hathaway.
And who did you call in Arizona?
I called my Jim and Matt.
Now, in the first call that you received, were you upset?
Yes, I was.
Were you crying?
I don't think I was crying when I was on the phone.
And what do you mean by upset?
I started shaking and things, but I just pretty much wanted to get off the phone. I was just kind of getting really nervous. I don't think I was crying yet.
Now, at some point in time, when you talked to the district attorney, you related that your mother was upset in that first call. When you first talked to the district attorney, didn't you?
I don't remember.
Well, have you read your testimony, or have you read your interview with the district attorney?
Yes, I've read all of them.
And have you read your preliminary hearing testimony?
Yes.
And do you remember being asked, you remember reading that you said at that time that your mother was upset?
No, I don't remember reading it. I read it a while ago, but I could have said that. She was upset in one of the phone calls. I'm not sure which phone call it was. One of the phone calls she was calm, and then one of the phone calls she was upset. She was getting upset, saying her voice was quivering. But I don't think she was crying in any of the phone. No, definitely she wasn't crying in any of the phone calls.
Do you you don't remember your mother crying at any time?
Objection, vague as to at any time or in this
Sustained.
conversation.
In either one of those two phone calls, you don't remember your mother crying at any time?
No, her voice was shaking when she was saying, "Just get home, just get home."
And
She didn't sound like she was crying, but I couldn't hear her. I mean, I couldn't see her. So, but no, she didn't sound like she was crying at all.
but was your mother scared in any of the phone calls?
When her voice was quivering, she was nervous. I don't know if she was scared necessarily or upset or about to cry, but her voice was shaking.
Well, do you remember you characterizing as she sounded scared to you?
I don't remember. She could have sounded scared. I don't know the emotion that you would say that when someone's voice is quivering, like anxious, nervous, scared. really upset.
Well, after November 5th, you had at least 2 tape conversations with the district attorney, didn't you? Lengthy ones.
I had one right after, I think, and then I had one month after.
And you had some conversations with the district attorney about your testimony before the preliminary hearing, is that correct?
I don't remember. Was that the long one that was taped? Or was there?
The preliminary hearing, the first hearing that you testified. Did you have an opportunity to talk to the district attorney?
No, I don't remember. Do you know what month that was in?
Would have been around March of 1990.
I probably spoke with her. I don't think it was a long conversation, but I really don't remember exactly.
And did you have a chance to have a number of conversations before you testified in the last trial?
Brief conversations. I don't think we ever talked at length again after the 2 long conversations. Then she just kind of gave me an idea of what I was going to be asked.
Did you have time to be with anyone from the DA's office, including the district attorney's investigator, before the last trial?
No.
How about before this trial?
I've talked to Carrie Wells briefly before this trial, but we haven't had long conversations this time either.
Well,
I read my transcript. That's pretty much all the preparation I've had.
okay. And how long were you at did you go to the district attorney's office last Wednesday?
Yes.
And you remember about how long you were there?
I was there listening to tapes before court was done. And then with Carrie Wells about 45 minutes to an hour.
So you were there about 5 hours total?
No.
Listening to tapes and talking?
No.
Did you have a ride on Wednesday?
Ride home?
Yes.
Bill Green said he would take me home, but I didn't need him to because I didn't go home right afterward.
Was somebody waiting to give you a ride?
No.
So on Wednesday, before you testified, nobody gave you a ride home? You can recall?
Well, I went to the airport and picked up my aunts, and then PJ gave me a ride home at around 9:30. So I didn't have my car.
How did you go pick up your aunt?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd like you to look at page 183 of your testimony at the last trial. When being questioned by the district attorney, you could read it to yourself, lines 24 through 28.
This is from last trial?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to read that?
Yeah.
You recall testifying that your mother was upset, scared, and crying on the telephone?
Well, I guess I said it. I don't remember that saying that. I mean, it says that I said it. I'm sure I said that, but I don't remember saying it. The way I remember it now is that her voice was just shaking. I guess that could have. Do you know when someone's getting upset and their voice starts shaking like that? Like when they're about to start crying, maybe.
Well, this was your words, was it not?
Right, it was.
Okay, you indicated her voice was shaking, she was crying, and she was scared.
Right.
Okay. Now, at that time, were the events fresher in your mind than they are today?
Yes.
Okay. So you would rely on what you remembered then as being accurate, not now.
Yes, that sounds logical, but I still remember that she wasn't crying. So maybe I was wrong.
Maybe you were wrong then.
Mm-hmm.
Did she talk to you about trying to kill herself?
Yes, she did. She said that she was planning on shooting herself, but there weren't enough bullets left.
And she also indicated that Mr. Broderick said, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Yes.
Did she say when he had said that?
No,
Okay. She indicated that he sat up in bed and said that, didn't she?
no, she did not.
Now, when she talked to you, you indicated that sometime later, when she talked to you, when you went to her attorney's office, she talked to you about your treatment at school from your father, and that took you by surprise?
She talked about the apartment.
And that took you by surprise
Well, yes, we did.
because you had not really discussed that at all. You hadn't been upset about that. Is that right?
We had discussed it that day, but since then, no. I mean, she was implying that had something to do with why she killed him, and that took me very much by surprise. I thought that was kind of a stupid issue.
Well, you don't remember it. You don't remember ever having a heated conversation before November 5th about school.
All I told her was that I wanted this apartment. Dad had said no, try and keep looking. Well, he didn't even say no. He said just keep looking, try and find a roommate. That sounds like it's a little expensive to me. I called Mom. Mom called me back, and she said, don't worry about it. I'll pay for the apartment. She wasn't upset about it. It wasn't that heated of a conversation. So when she mentioned that as one of the things that had to do with why my dad was dead, that surprised me. She didn't seem that upset about it on Tuesday.
Day before that Sunday.
Right.
The key ring that the keys are on, the one that went to Dan's house. Do you know what the other two keys were for on this key ring?
My apartment.
Okay, so they're both the same key that goes to your apartment?
No, I don't think they're the same key. I think one's the mailbox key, maybe. Or they may be the same key. I don't really remember. But they're something to do with my apartment.
They both, to your memory, had to do with your apartment? How many doors to your apartment?
One door, and then one might. Oh no, there was the gate. Yeah, they're both to my apartment. There was the front gate and then the door. So they're both to my apartment.
And you were not able to get into the front gate?
No, but if you went through the side gate, you can get into our backyard. And you can always just wait for people to come and get the gate. I think that's what I did.
Now, you did not have a car at that time, did you?
No.
So you didn't have a car key?
No.
Okay. Is that something that, did you have a habit or did it happen in the past that you would lose misplaced keys?
No.
That's never happened?
No, I don't think I've ever lost my keys ever.
The, and you indicated that you thought that your mother in October of '89 seemed to be happier, is that right?
Yeah, she was really calm and we got along great. We didn't usually get along that long. She wasn't necessarily that happy, but we got along we were getting along well.
Now, you've testified that at the time that in the summer that she went over to your apartment, it was, she said that she was mad because of graduation, is that correct?
She said that later, yes.
Have you ever testified before that you didn't know why she was mad that day? She's never told you why she was mad?
Oh, she didn't tell me that day. It wasn't until later that she had said that she was mad. I think it might have been since she's been in jail that she said that.
So
That she was mad about graduation.
the conversation that you related to the jury when you said, my mother called me and said, I'm mad and I'm upset and told you it was about the graduation, that was not a conversation you were having at a time you were filling in? With things you were
I don't
mad?
think I said that.
That mistakes what the witness said.
Sustained.
At the time, you had no idea why she was mad, is that correct?
Right.
And since then, you're saying that she's told you that the reason was because of the graduation?
Either she has told me that since or I've heard that since. She did not tell me that day. I've heard that since that was why she was mad at me that day.
And you don't remember whether it was her or somebody else?
I think it was her, but I can't remember the exact conversation where she told me that.
What makes you think it's her then?
Objection, argumentative. I think she's trying to answer the
Sustained.
question.
At the time that you had the tape of Danny that you listened to with your mother, do you remember the lock tape? Do you remember approximately when that was?
Well, I know now it was when Danny was 11, but I don't remember the day or the month or anything like that, or the exact circumstances. I mean, I can get things from the tape, like that I was over at Mom's house beforehand, but I don't know when.
And 11 would have been when? 1987?
Yeah.
And you knew that he was seeing Ruth Roth, is that correct?
I don't know if it was during that time. I know he saw her sometime.
Well, during the tape, there was
Oh, yeah. During the tape, Mom said that she was seeing him.
Yeah.
So, yes.
And you recall that being in about 1987?
I don't remember when he saw Ruth Roth, but that's when the tape is when he saw her, and it fits together, I think.
Assuming that the tape was in, that they were seeing Ruth Roth in 1987, there had been a long battle over the telephone before that, had there not?
Yes.
During that battle with the telephone, the machine had been sometimes turned on and off, had it not?
It was mostly on all the time, but then Dad took it away for a while.
And during that period of time, sometimes your father would put the telephone in the closet,
Yes.
and other times he would turn the ringers down on the phone.
Yes.
And there were times that there were complaints about, at least going on in the home, about the fact that your mother would call and the kids wouldn't know she called.
Objection, Your Honor, vague as to who's making complaints.
Sustained, just rephrase it.
Were there complaints in the household about your mother making calls and the children not knowing about it?
Objection again, and vague as to who's making the complaints, whose household. It's a vague question.
Sustained. Just rephrase it. You go into that area, just rephrase it.
In the Broderick home, in Daniel Broderick's home, was there complaints about people not getting your mother's messages?
Well, Mom would tell us that she called, and then we would say we didn't get the messages, so then she would complain about it.
The boys were never,
Well, they didn't know that they got the messages until Mom would say something, and then they'd say, "Oh, we didn't get that one."
Yeah.
But that wasn't always Dad's fault. Lee and I answered the machine more than almost every day. Dad did it maybe on the weekends.
there were times when the boys would be home and they wouldn't know that your mother was calling, isn't that right?
Objection unless she knows her personal knowledge.
Do you have any personal knowledge of that?
When I was home, I know about that.
Go ahead.
Well, Dad wasn't home during the day, so that would have had. Wait, can you ask me the question again?
Were there times when the boys would be home and the phone, your mother would be calling and the answer machine would intercept the calls so that your brothers wouldn't know that your mother was calling?
During dinner, the machine was on and they were not answering the phone. Sometimes after dinner, the ringers would be turned off. But, and they would basically know if she was calling. We would tell them, unless of course when I was at home. I don't really know what you mean.
Was there a lot of times when you weren't home?
Not on school nights, no, not usually I was home on school nights.
The time of the call with Danny, you indicated that was surprising because of Danny's, the amount of Danny's, at least anger of what he was saying, is that correct?
Yes,
It's out of character for Danny to do that?
yes.
Do you know whether he had had any conversations with his psychologist about expressing his anger?
No.
You also indicated that it was unusual that because your mother took the fact that she stayed on the line and listened to it.
Right.
Okay. And you also indicated that Danny would never talk that way to your father.
Well, he didn't talk that way to anybody.
Okay. Now, your father, when the phone call first started, how long would you say that they were talking before the machine was turned on?
I don't know.
Do you remember giving an estimate of about 10 minutes?
From when I got there, it could have gone before that, but I just got home. So basically,
So Danny was already on the phone when you got home.
no, I don't know that. By the time I came upstairs, he was on the phone.
So the first thing that you noticed about Danny is on the phone talking to your mother.
Right.
Okay. And your father was upstairs, you indicated changing light bulbs.
He was doing work in his room. He was changing a light. I remember him fidgeting with the light fixtures. He might have been putting out new light fixtures, actually.
And your father continued to do that the whole time that Danny was on the phone, is that correct?
He was in his room and doing something. I don't know if he did that the whole time.
Now, Danny was, for the whole time that Danny was on the phone talking that way to your mother, your father, you indicated, was in the next room within hearing distance. I mean, you could hear Danny from where your father was.
Yeah.
And so for the 40 minutes that Danny was on the phone, obviously very upset, your father allowed that to go on, is that correct?
Yes, he did.
And it was your indication that the reason he allowed that to go on is so that he could gather evidence of the kind of phone calls.
No, that wasn't my indication.
Well,
My indication was that Dad wasn't supposed to interfere with their contact with Mom, and that maybe also if Ruth Robb told him to express anger, maybe he was letting him express anger.
well, he never tried to take the phone away from him or calm him down in those 45 minutes. He just let the tape run and sat in the next room and listened, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that tape, you knew, was later on used in divorce proceedings, was it not?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, also the tapes that we heard of your mother's conversations when she had on the phone, those aren't the original tapes, are they?
Well, there was a tape that would be in the tape player, and then Dad would take it out and tape it onto another tape so we could have the tape back in the machine, because on the machine it wouldn't work.
Well, any 60-minute or 45-minute or 90-minute tape would work in that machine, is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So your father, well, on those machines, on those messages from your mother, sometimes there would be a number of calls from your mother before there was a message such as that, where she was saying, I know somebody's there, what's going on, and then would hang up, call back, hang up. And then finally, there would be a bad message left on the phone.
Yes.
Now, your father didn't keep all the other messages, did he? You didn't hear any tapes that had all the others, did you?
No.
You would just hear the edited tapes that would just show the final message, or the message that he wanted the court to hear.
Yeah.
The, were you, aware of calls that were going from the children, the two boys, to your mother, where they would cry to your mother about needing them?
Excuse me? Crying to my mother about needing her?
Yes.
Or, I don't really understand what you mean. Needing her to come over, or needing her in general?
Were you aware of calls that the boys would make to their mother crying about either an accident they've been in or problems they were having, and your mother not being able to get back to them because the answering machine would be on?
Objection, Your Honor, that seems to us not
Well, overruled, if you know the answer, do you know? Just yes or no?
I still don't really understand the question.
All right, then sustained.
Well, you were aware of the time that the boys got in an accident, weren't you, in the neighborhood?
I'm aware of that from last trial. I may have heard, I don't know that from personal knowledge. No, I wasn't there.
And had you, so you had never heard that one of the boys had been hit by a car when there was no supervision?
Objection, I think she just answered the question.
Sustained.
Well, when you, when you wanted to go to when the children wanted to go to your mother's house, they would have to, there would have to be an arrangement made between the children and your mother, is that correct?
On how she was gonna get them, pick them up and stuff?
Yes. I understand you believe that there was a visitation schedule, is that right? Between your mother and your father, set up by the court prior to 1989.
I don't know if it was set up by the court. I believe that that the two of them were trying to figure out some visitation schedule. I do not know if it ever came into effect. I just know that there was letters going back and forth. Dad sent, I'm getting myself confused. I know that they were trying to set up a visitation schedule. I know it wasn't just random visitation. And I know that there was visitation.
Well, do you remember testifying at the last trial that the way visitation was set up is there'd be conversations during the week between your mother and the boys, and that it would be normally on Thursday when your father would make the decision of whether they could go over?
No, I don't remember saying that, but I know that that Danny and Rhett would call Mom and say that they wanted to go over that weekend, and then I know that Mom and Danny and Rhett worked that out, but Dad didn't just wait till Thursday every week and then say, okay, or no, you can't go. I mean, there was more to it than that.
Okay, and what made you think there was more to it than that?
Well, and sometimes they'd go in the beginning of the week and then Mom would change her mind. And then Dad would say, okay, no, you can't go. And then Mom would say, oh, no, come. And then Dad would say, no, forget it. You can't go now. She had already changed her mind. We've made plans. I mean, a lot happened before Thursday, almost every week. It wasn't just that everything was calm and then all of a sudden Dad just made his ruling.
Okay. Well, you believe that both of them were playing games with visitation, didn't you?
I believe that there was no one weekend you have them, the next weekend you have them. But both of them were changing their minds. And it was basically a mess.
And really, how much longer going to be? My other jury's got a verdict. The lawyers are here.
Well, it would appear appropriate, Your Honor, then I'm going to be some time.
So you're not going to finish today anyway?
No.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. I've kept the other jury waiting about a half hour now, and both lawyers are here on that matter, so I want to handle that so they can go home also. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor let anyone else discuss it with you, and not form any opinions on it until it's finally submitted to you. And be extra careful about not watching television, listen to the radio, and keep in mind what the one gentleman told my clerk, he can't talk about it. Have a nice evening. Morning, how are you?
Don't worry.
Good. You're still under oath, okay?
Mm-hmm.
See, Mr. Early?
Thank you. Ms. Broderick, have you talked to other people about this case, about your testimony?
Friends and things like that.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you talked to any other attorneys?
Not professionally, just that are friends of mine.
Well, you talked to Mr. Chapin about it, haven't you?
Yes.
Okay, and he's gone through your testimony with you, hasn't he? At some point?
No, he hasn't read my testimony or anything.
But he's talked to you about your testimony.
He just told me to be honest and be myself. We didn't really go into it much after that.
He didn't talk at all about your testimony?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Now at times, you indicated that the problem with Arizona was your father, or at least your testimony now is your father did not want to pay as much rent as the place you found because you were living by yourself. Is that correct?
He didn't want to pay as much rent?
As you wanted, because one of the reasons is you found an apartment that you'd have to pay for all by yourself in Arizona.
No, basically he wanted me to live with somebody. He didn't like the idea of me living alone.
So money was never an issue?
He just said keep looking.
Did
He was not happy with that apartment because it was a loan. The price of my first apartment was $250 and this one was $450. So we thought that there would be that I could get one cheaper. But if I couldn't find one that I liked cheaper, he didn't say absolutely not to $450.
Okay. Do you remember testifying about that area at the preliminary hearing?
Not in particular, but
Did you remember, did your father ever tell you that he wouldn't pay at all for an apartment because you weren't going to school?
yes, we weren't discussing an apartment for then. We were looking for an apartment for the next semester.
Well,
If I wasn't in school, my dad didn't pay for anything. If I was going to school, if it was a summer vacation, when I was planning to go back to school, then dad would give me allowance and pay for the apartment and things. But if I wasn't going to school, which I wasn't that semester, then no.
do you remember talking at the preliminary hearing, we were talking about the apartment in Arizona, and you answered that with a question about you wouldn't pay for the apartment because you had units to make up and you weren't actually enrolled in school. And you indicated my dad wouldn't pay for any apartment until I started back in school again. Remember that testimony?
Yes, that's what the apartment was for. I was there in October looking for an apartment for January when I started school.
Well, you indicated.
I was just going to stay with a friend from when I was there to make up the finals. I didn't need an apartment just to make up the finals.
So you found an apartment in October.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm gonna object to the relevance of the living condition.
Sustained.
You called your mother, you told your mother that your father kicked you out and said he wouldn't pay for an apartment, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Do you remember telling your mother that you weren't upset about Greece, but that she was, but he wouldn't give you any money when you were going to school?
I wasn't upset about Grace. Mom was. And when I was going to school, Dad would give me money. So I don't know. I don't understand what you're asking me.
Referring to page 182 of the preliminary hearing transcript, you could read lines 3 through 8.
Wait a minute, I'm not hearing. This is what I'm hearing the trial on.
There, I did not mean going to school, attending school. I was flying back to school. When I was flying back to school and not attending school, Dad would not give me money. Once I attended school, Dad paid for everything.
And in the fall, you were not attending school.
No, I was not. I wasn't going to attend till spring. I took that semester off.
Did you call your mother in the spring of '89 upset because you didn't have money for food while you were at school?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, can answer that.
Spring, when I went out for that week in October.
No, in the spring, October's in the fall, spring of 1989. Was there a phone call to your mother about you running out of money and not having enough money for food?
I don't think I was in Arizona then.
Well, you indicated you came home for 2 days in April for the wedding. Where'd you come home from?
Oh, okay then. Yes, there was. Yes. Okay, the year before. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Okay, spring of '89, did you call home to your mother complaining about not having enough money for food?
I didn't have enough money for a phone bill. And then I paid the money. I was using the money for the phone bill for the food, and then my phone got disconnected. So Mom paid the phone bill, and then I had money for food.
The, you indicated on your directed testimony that, that now you don't think your mom and dad were happy, different than you thought before. Remember testifying to that?
Objection, Your Honor, the question's vague.
Sustained.
Do you remember testifying on direct examination that now you've come to the belief that your mom and dad were not happy when they were living together?
Yes, I do. I just think that they fought a lot. I don't know if all in all, they were unhappy or unhappy. In front of me, they just fought a lot.
Do you, your mother, you did not know, your mother didn't tell you about your father's or her belief in your father's affair with Linda till after they separated, did she?
No, she didn't. She didn't. She would just bring up Linda's name a lot.
She didn't tell you that she thought there was an affair going on?
Not directly, but that was implied.
Well, didn't you, do you remember testifying that you thought your mother was crazy when she brought up the affair because you didn't believe there was one?
I don't think I said mom was crazy. I didn't believe that there was one.
Okay. And you even talked to your father about that, didn't you?
Objection, relevance, Your Honor.
Overruled, you can answer that.
I talked to my father about having an affair with Linda.
Yes. Before your mom and father separated.
No, I did not.
Remember me asking if,
Do we have a page cite, please?
yes, 339 through 340, 26 through line 1. Do you remember being asked a question about Linda's name being brought up? But it was never fact, nothing about an affair was ever brought up. Remember being asked that?
My mom?
Yes.
I don't remember being asked that in particular, but
Remember testifying in the trial, don't you?
yes, Mr. Early, but I've done a lot of things between then and now, and I don't remember exactly everything that I said.
Okay. Well, at the time that you testified at the trial, you were trying to be as truthful as you could.
Your Honor, I object.
I'm trying to be truthful now, Mr. Early. I'm
Sustained.
trying.
There's nothing inconsistent about what was said before and what he's suggesting is being said now. I object to this attempted impeachment.
Well, I haven't seen the transcript, so I don't know he's entitled to ask the question.
What would you like me to read?
You could read, start on page 339. Start on line 26. Go to line 7. Go to the next page.
You said she was a little bit crazy. I just was answering your question that yes, she talked about Linda working in Dad's office. And it was assumed that she didn't like Linda working there. She wanted her fired because she thought she was having an affair. Mom didn't say that, but that's what she was saying.
Did you read the paragraph, the lines I asked you?
Yes.
You remember being asked a question, okay? And you, when I had a conversation with you, you indicated to me you thought that your mother was a little bit crazy because she talked about an affair with Linda that you knew that didn't exist before they split up, didn't you? And your answer was yes.
Right.
You were indicating that yes, you had that conversation with her. That was the question of whether you had that conversation, wasn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, she's answered the question.
Sustained.
Okay. You would read, page 340, line 8 through 11.
Okay.
And I asked you
Your Honor,
about,
excuse me, I'm going to object to these questions on relevance grounds. I'd like to be heard in second one.
It's not necessary. Sustained.
Your Honor, how could, you don't even know what the question is. Can I try to at least?
Go ahead, ask the question.
Did you testify last time that your,
Your Honor, excuse me,
Let's hear the
I
question
object.
first. Let's hear the question. What's the question, Mr.
isn't it true that you testified last time that your father told you that he was faithful, there was no affair?
Is that what my dad told me? Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
And did you, isn't it true that you thought that your mother was just treating your father poorly for no reason? And that, at that time, for nothing at all?
Your Honor, it assumes other facts, not evidence.
Sustained.
Well, at that time, during the time before your father and mother split up, didn't you feel that your father was doing nothing absolutely all and your mother was treating him poorly for no reason?
As far as I could see, Dad was taking care of us, doing the best he could. Mom was just ruining everything. So yes, that's what way I looked at it. Yes.
Before they split up?
Before they split up, no, right when they split up.
And didn't you indicate that before they split up, your mother was treating your father poorly? Or that's not your belief?
Yes, she was treating him poorly.
And you believe there was nothing that your father did at all?
Not as far as I could see. No, he wasn't doing anything.
Now, had there been, there's no time that you believe that you've ever lost a key before? You've lost your keys?
No, I don't think I've ever lost my keys before.
And do you remember testifying the last trial that you believe you've lost your car keys before?
No, I don't remember.
page 203, line 16 through 21. You could read that to yourself.
Well, since I think I lost my car keys, I don't remember losing my car keys. I can't remember any car I ever had that I lost the keys to. It's possible I lost the car keys. I never lost any keychain with Dad's key on it before. I said that both times.
But you don't dispute your testimony that your memory then was you thought you'd lost car keys before.
No, I don't think I lost my car keys before.
Okay, so do you know why you testified to that last time?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Stinks the evidence.
That then it's your memory now that you've never lost your car keys before, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, I never lost my car keys before.
And does it refresh your memory, your testimony that when you testified before that you thought that you had lost car keys?
No, still don't think I've ever lost my car keys before.
The time that Danny did the tape that we heard with Danny, how long into the conversation was it before the tape was turned on?
Objection, you've asked these questions before.
Sustained.
Well, you indicated that you don't remember how long it was.
Objection, it doesn't get to just keep repeating the same subject.
Sustained.
Can I refresh your memory then, Your Honor, on the question?
Well, I can
Teacher
remember.
now?
No, I can remember her testimony. You want to try to impeach her? Go ahead.
Well, maybe we approach the bench so the court can tell me what the testimony is, so I know if I'm teaching.
No, I'm sure you remember the testimony. She was at her mother's and came home. Danny was upstairs and on the phone. At the time she came home, she doesn't know when the conversation started. Go ahead.
Well, do you know how long the conversation was going before the tape was turned on?
No, I don't.
Was it
I don't think very long.
10 minutes?
About 10 minutes, I think. I really don't know. I walked up and I was home when the tape got turned on, but I don't know exactly how long they were on before that.
Okay, and your mother would call, how often would your mother call over to your brother's, to your father's home?
All of the time.
Okay, was that every week? I mean, every week was it pretty constant where she would call all the time?
Well, if she was out of town, maybe she wouldn't call as often or something like that. But it was pretty constant.
And do you have a recollection of, would it be more than once a day?
Yes, occasionally. Sometimes it wouldn't be at all in a day. I guess it depended what Mom was doing.
Did, on Coral Reef, did your father have keys to the house
When?
you lived there before you moved, before there was the crack in the slab?
Yes.
Okay, and you indicated that your mom used to lock your father out of the house.
With a deadbolt over the garage door.
Did every door have a deadbolt?
Yes, it did.
And the deadbolts couldn't be opened from the outside?
No, they cannot.
So you indicated one time your mother put a ski in the door, is that correct?
Objection.
I don't think I indicated that.
And did your mother ever put a ski in the door?
Not that I remember. I heard somebody say that, but I don't recall that.
When you were, the time that the clothes, when your mother set your father's clothes on fire, how long had you been home before that happened?
All afternoon.
And what time, and when you say all afternoon, remember what time it
Well, it was
happened?
after school, so the time it happened probably around 5 or 6, somewhere around that time, I'd say.
And, so you had been home for a couple hours before it happened?
Yeah,
And, where was your mother when you got home from school?
she wasn't home. She was down at Dad's office.
And how long before she got home were the clothes set on fire?
Before she got home? After she got home?
After she got home? Did that happen right away?
I think she talked to Chris McKelton for a little while, but it was pretty much right away. Yeah.
Just a matter of minutes.
Well, it took her a while to throw everything out and stuff, so the fire didn't start for a while, but she started doing it right after.
And during that period of time, did you leave the house?
I think we went over to Chris, no, I don't think so. I think we went over to Chris McKelson's sometime in that time period. But while she was throwing everything out, we were there.
When she lit the fire, were you there?
I was there when she put the gasoline on. When she lit the fire, I wasn't standing right there. I think I was in the house though. Or maybe I was out front.
And your mother made you get away when you tried to stop her?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you indicate she did?
She hit me with her hand like that.
To push you away?
Yeah.
And after the fire started, then you went where? Did you go anywhere, or did you
Yes.
stay home?
And I walked down, I went away from the house, walked down the hill,
And did you go anywhere?
just down the hill and back.
So you didn't go over anyone's house?
Then I went to McKelson's house later.
When you say later, did
I
you go?
came home and then I think we went to McKelson's house for a little while. Vicky Curry was over. I think that by that point, then we went over to McKelson's house. And then when Dad came home, I think, we were back home by the time Dad came home. So we were over to McKelson's house for a while, I think. And I think Vicky Curry was with Mom.
And you remember you were home when your father came home?
Yes, we were
And your brothers, where were they?
at the McKelson's house. Either the McKelsons or then Vicky Curry had taken them back to her house.
Were they there when your mother came home?
No. No, they weren't there. No, I don't know exactly where they were. They weren't there any of the time.
Okay, so you don't remember seeing the children over the McKelsons, the two
They-
boys?
They were over at the McKelsons. When I was over there later, they were over at the McKelsons at that point. By the time Dad got home, I don't know if they were still at the McKelsons or if they had then gone to the Currys. But I don't know why they were at the McKelsons when Mom first got home. Maybe we were over there playing or something. Or maybe she called Mrs. McKelson and told him to come get us or something.
You never saw your mother with a black eye?
No.
You sat through your mother's testimony, didn't you? Her report?
Yeah.
Do you remember her being asked a question about, did she get a black eye one time when you were in the bath?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Well, did you ever tell the district attorney that your mother got a black eye putting you in the bath at any time?
I don't think I've ever heard that before.
Was that ever asked of you? That question?
I don't think so. You mean when I was really little being put in the bath?
Is there any time when you were put?
If it was when I was really little, I might not remember it. I don't know why Mom would put me in the bath when I'm older.
Yeah, but you don't remember anything about your mother getting a black eye from you.
No. No, I don't.
Now, your mother, when you moved out of the rental home, your mother moved into Cali de Cielo?
Yes.
Did she move right in?
No. Well, she was at the rental house for a while with the other kids.
Well, but as soon as she moved out of the rental house, did she move into that home?
I'm not quite sure. I don't know about the dates of when she sold and bought the other house. And I think it was a matter of if it might have been a matter of days. I don't think it was that she was out of the house for very long.
The, do you ever remember your mother staying at the Coral Reef home after you moved out of that home? After you moved out of the rental home?
No, I don't.
Now, after you moved into, with your father, there was a number of housekeepers, is that correct?
Yes.
At the beginning, it had trouble, they didn't work out, isn't that correct?
I remember there's one named Ginger that was only there for a couple weeks. She didn't work out. And then after that, I think most of them were there for a while.
So you only, how many housekeepers do you remember being there that first year?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
The, do you remember testifying at another hearing that when your mother and father would have an argument, they would do it in another bedroom, go into another bedroom?
Yes,
Is that true?
occasionally. The arguments would start pretty much in front of us, and then occasionally they would finish it in another bedroom, or then they would just. The things like the ketchup bottle and the stereo, those were right in front of us, and those weren't in the bedroom. So sometimes they were in the bedroom, sometimes they weren't.
So you remember those two arguments, or arguments that stand out in your mind?
No, those are examples that were not. There's lots of arguments that stand out in my mind that weren't in the bedroom.
Can you give me some other examples?
We're just fighting back and forth, and they're just yelling at each other. There's nothing else that was thrown that I can remember.
Can you give me an example of what they were yelling about?
For instance, on those dinner parties that we'd have on Sunday, they would fight about that all the time because Dad would do the yard work and then Mom would do the inside stuff. And then Mom would always yell at Dad. He was not helping her, so they would always have arguments about that right in front of us. Those were not arguments in the bedroom. They were in the kitchen,
And do you remember what years those arguments took place?
all years.
The, during the period of time that you indicated that your mother had a lot of friends and gave a lot of parties, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She always had a lot of money.
Yes, she did.
Was she also working
When are you speaking about?
when they were married? Was she working?
When they were married, when she had us? No, when she was younger, when we were younger, she said that she worked.
You don't remember her taking in children for a daycare center, watching them, getting paid for that, and setting up a daycare center at the home?
I have no idea if she got paid for it. There were children that were Danny's age that she would have over that during the day.
Do you remember her working at night as a hostess at all?
When we were younger, not when we were older.
Okay.
This is before before I was 10. After I was 10, I don't think Mom worked anymore.
Well, do you remember your mother going to work? Or is that
Objection,
just-
Your Honor, she's answered the question.
Sustained.
Well, is this something that you were told, or is this something you remember?
I went and visited Mom at work when we were younger. I saw her at work. She worked at Jolly Rock or Jolly Rancher or something like that, and the Black Angus as a hostess.
And do you remember the time frame when she had children over Danny's age?
And I don't think that she worked. I don't remember her working. How old would that have been? Well, after I was 10. So she would work. She worked. I think after she had Danny, then she did the daycare. She didn't do hostess sitting anymore then. And then I think that was the last job that she had until they got separated.
And you're talking about the daycare?
Mm-hmm.
You indicated that your father would, there's a number of times that he would hire security guards, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes he would hire them in anticipations of things he was gonna do in court?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you indicated that you knew, you gave some reasons why he hired security guards, is that correct?
Objection, I guess is the other.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Did I give reasons? I'm not sure. He got security guards when if they were fighting and mom threatened to do something, then they got security guards then. And like after court, if they had some argument, he wouldn't get a security guard before court. Anticipation, I don't think. I think that's what you were asking me. But after court, if he thought mom was gonna do something, then he'd get security guards. This is after she ran a car in the house. Then he was just scared. Thank you.
And sometimes when he would leave town, he'd hire somebody?
He'd hire babysitters.
Well, he'd hire security guards when he left town, is that correct?
I don't recall that. If we all left town, you mean? Or if he left town and left us at home, then it was just a babysitter. If we all left town, I wouldn't know if he hired security guards or not.
You remember testifying at the last trial that one time when he went out of town, he hired security guards too?
No, I don't remember that.
Page 270. Read line 7 through 11 to yourself.
Okay.
Do you recall testifying about hiring one when he was leaving town one time?
I don't recall testifying to it, but I did.
Most of, you indicated your mother had a number of gowns. Most of those gowns, to your knowledge, or at least most of them were bought, she had before the separation, did you know?
Yes.
And your mother spent a lot of money on the kids, did she not?
Yes.
You talked about your mother coming over to your father's house and looking at things
Yes.
that were around,
Excuse me?
looking at things that your father had.
Yes.
Did you ever talk about gathering any information for her divorce trial?
No.
Did you ever talk about comparative lifestyles?
When she was walking around?
Yes.
No.
Did you know, were you going to court with your mother at all?
I went one time with her.
There was a number of times you knew she went to court.
Yes.
A lot of times, isn't that right?
Mhm.
You went one time?
I went one time, and then another time, my sister and the boys and I went to go talk to a judge about custody.
She also, when she was there, she took things that she thought were hers, did she not?
Yes.
You indicated that you had some conversations with your father about the boys, is that correct?
Yes.
And you related that was it that your mother used to tell the boys that your mother used to tell the boys about that your father was going to abandon them when he had his own babies or his
Yes.
own children? Is that correct?
Yes.
So you have a specific memory of your mother telling that to the boys?
Yes, I do.
Have you ever told anybody that that you've never heard your mother say that, you've just heard the boys say that, and you assumed it was your mother?
I didn't hear her say it to them. She said it to me. And then Danny and Rhett told me she said it to them. So she said it to all of us.
So you've never.
I wasn't right there when I wasn't right there when I heard Mom say it, but then I heard Danny and Rhett say it right after Mom. She said that to me and Lee too.
So it's not true that you heard your mother say to the boys?
She just said it to all of us.
Well, is it true or not true that she said it, that you heard her say it to the boys?
I can't remember a specific incident where I heard her say that, but she did say it.
So you have no memory at all of her ever saying that to the boys, is that right?
I don't recall hearing her say that.
And she indicated that, or at least your indication is that there was some conversation about when your father had his own children, then the boys would be abandoned.
Mom said that to me. I don't know. I don't know what she said to the boys.
You also indicated that there were some conversations with your father about giving the boys back to your mother, is that correct?
That I had conversations with them? Yes.
And that it was at the, just before his death, that there was conversation that he was saying that he thought he was gonna give the boys back to your mother.
Yes.
And there was also conversations just before his death that he wanted to have children, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Your mother wasn't demanding of him that if he had children, that he had to get the boys back, was he?
She was demanding she wanted the boys back regardless of if he had children or not.
So it was he that had the conversation, just the conversation about the same time, that he was thinking of having children, and it was at that time he was thinking of getting rid of the boys.
That was two different things.
But about the same time.
Objection,
No.
Your Honor. I object to the characterization of getting rid of the boys.
Sustained. It's argumentative.
The, you indicated that, about the relationship of your father and Linda. Remember testifying about that?
Yes.
Isn't it true that your father said that he did not want to marry Linda, but he did want to have children?
Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'd like to make an offer of proof, Your Honor.
No, go ahead. Want something else?
Well, could I then at the recess make an offer so it's on the record?
Yes.
The, your mother's house, you've identified the pictures of what your mother's house looks like. Those were pictures that appeared to be taken recently in 1989, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're indicating that her house was in poor condition when she bought it?
Yes.
Were there 3 families living there?
She told me that. She told me that there's a bunch of people that lived in the living room and.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Sustained. Answer stricken.
Did you know whether there were 3 families that lived there?
No, I didn't see them.
Were you aware of burn spots in the living room?
I don't know if I saw them or if the carpet was taken out before, but I know that I heard of them.
So when you testified there was burn spots, you don't know if that's something you saw or heard?
Yeah.
Did your mother have furniture at her house when she moved in?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled, you can answer that.
All I know about furniture is that we didn't have any when we lived in Coral Reef, and Mom had all the furniture. And then at some point, there was furniture in the Coral Reef garage. And then now, Mom has the furniture again. So I don't know how it got all around. I don't know when she had it and when we had it. I don't know.
Did you go over and visit your mother for the first 3 or 4 months that she lived at Cali de Asa?
Yes, but I don't really remember if there was furniture or not. I think she had a bed, but I don't know if when she first moved there, it was a long time ago. I don't know if she immediately started remodeling, so there wasn't furniture in the living room. Because then I didn't see the burn spots, I don't think, so I just don't know. I don't know where all the furniture was. We didn't have it. And Mom had it in the rental house, and then I don't know what happened to it. But we never got it, we never had it, I don't think.
And you never remember a time when your mother's home was empty, Cali de Asa?
I think when she first moved in, it was empty.
Do you remember it being empty for some period of time?
That I don't remember.
Do you remember any arguments over the furniture that was in the garage?
Which garage?
Well, your father had furniture with boxes stacked on it in the garage at Coral Reef, did he not?
I think you're talking about Cypress.
At Cypress, do you remember?
He had an old couch and a desk and a table in there. And then the old couch was gone. I don't know what happened to the old couch. I don't know if Mom wanted it or what happened to that. And then there were boxes on the table. So I remember that. That's what you're talking about.
Remember any arguments about your mother wanting to have furniture that was in the garage and your father saying he was using it to store boxes on?
I remember about the table. I remember Mom wanted the table. I don't think Dad's response was I'm using it to store boxes on though.
Yeah. Your Honor, I would like to mark an envelope, O, which contains 3 pictures.
So marked.
showing you 3 photographs, all marked O for identification. You recognize those photographs?
Yes,
And is that the garage at Cypress?
yes. I don't know that, well. Yes, this is it.
And is that a accurate representation of how the boxes were stacked at Cypress?
For a while, but then there was a whole wall that was a file cabinets and boxes like that. And I think that's when we first moved in there.
So there's a couple of tables.
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm going to object to the state of the garage at Cypress back in 1986 as being irrelevant.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I make an offer of how it is relevant?
Well, you got the pictures in, that's enough. She's identified the pictures, go ahead.
Well, it was more than just a table, wasn't it?
Maybe-
Objection vague. I don't understand the question.
Are you referring to the picture show more than a table?
Yes.
Answer that.
Yes, the pictures do, but that wasn't what the argument was about.
Oh, so there was an argument that you remember?
Mom wanted the table. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. And you remember any argument about the dresser?
No, I don't.
And what was the argument that you remembered?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance of an argument 3 years before these murders.
Sustained.
May I make an offer of proof now?
You've already got in that there was an argument about the table. And the dresser, as I recall.
I'm sorry.
And the dresser.
Well,
You're unplugged?
we have paper. I need to go to the anti-room.
Go ahead. Folks want to stand up, stretch for a minute, go ahead.
Referring to your testimony that in Arizona in the spring, you didn't need money to eat, I'd like to have you read to yourself page 314, lines 15 through 19.
Okay.
At the last trial, when you were asked what the call about the money was, you indicated that you paid the bills. The reason you were calling is you needed money to eat, correct?
Basically, the whole year I was broke because I talked on the phone a lot and I had a really high phone bill. So the mom would pay the phone bill for me and then I would have money that dad gave me for the rest of the stuff. At one time, but see, I had money in another account called All Aboard for food. So, and then dad put money directly into that. So that doesn't make much sense, but maybe I was hungry.
Well, that was your answer, that you needed, the reason you called your mom and were upset is because you.
I needed money basically. I don't think it was necessarily for food. I needed money.
It was your words, not mine, wasn't it, that you needed money to eat?
I think it
Would
is.
you like to review it again?
No, I think that's what I said.
But your testimony now is you don't remember any time you needed money to eat.
I didn't have any money. I needed money basically.
At the time that your mom and dad separated, you were 15 years old,
Mhm.
and you and your mom were not getting along, were you?
Mom and I get along fine a lot of the time, and then we fight a lot of other times. If I had known that if I fought with Mom that any of this was gonna happen, I would have been nice to Mom every minute of the day. We had a normal teenage relationship. We fought about clothes, about makeup, about curfew, about boyfriends, normal stuff. I wouldn't say that she hates me, and I don't think, and I know I don't hate her. I still have a normal relationship with my mom.
You indicated that your friends liked your mother, is that correct?
Yes, I
Objection, it's irrelevant.
Overrule, the answer stands.
They like that too.
And at that time, it was normal, your friends were having troubles with their mothers.
Yes.
You were at times telling your mother that you were mad at your father, weren't you?
For normal teenage reasons too. If he wouldn't let me go out when I wanted to go and things like that.
And at times you were telling your friends that you were mad at your father and he was an asshole, weren't you?
I don't think I called him that. I was get mad at him and talk to my friends about it. Just as I would get mad at Mom and talk to my friends about it.
Is that just not a word that you would use with your father, or?
I don't think I called him an asshole. I would get mad at him.
Nothing that he did that would make it so that you would call him that?
Objection, Your Honor. She's here.
Stand.
I'd like to show you,
Your Honor, I object to this. I'd like to first say, but if it's gonna be offered.
I don't know what it is. We
I
have
know,
no.
that's why we need to first sidebar, I guess.
All right, come on up.
you indicated that at the graduation, your mother was taking pictures of your father and Linda?
Yes.
Was that something that you knew or something that was told to you?
I think it was told to me. Dad and Linda just left early. I think it was told to me when they left.
Linda hated your mother and called her names, didn't she?
She didn't call her any names to me. I know she didn't like Mom very much, but that wasn't until after Mom did a lot of things to her.
Okay, Your Honor, can I have the witness be admonished? She'll get her chance to explain. She just needs
Your
to-
Honor, that's totally inappropriate. She's trying to answer the question. He's gonna,
Overruled. She's been given narrative answers all along. Just because she says something you don't like, Mr. Early, just go ahead.
Your Honor, it has nothing to do. But we approach bench, Your Honor?
No.
yes.
No, just go ahead, ask another question.
You remember testifying last time that Linda would call your mom names when she got mad?
I know she called Mom. She thought Mom was crazy. I don't remember her calling her any negative names. I don't remember saying that.
Remember being asked last time if she called her names and you answering yes?
You're not gonna object to the relevance unless somehow this is related to the defendant. It's really irrelevant.
Sustained. Can't impeach on irrelevant matter.
I'll make an offer of proof as to its relevance, John.
It's how it's relevant to your client.
Yes.
What she knew.
What she knew and what she told my client.
Why don't you just ask her if she ever heard any names mentioned about your client in front of your client by Linda?
Well, did you ever tell your mother that Linda used to call her name?
Absolutely not.
Did you ever tell your mother that Linda told you that she thought she was crazy?
No.
Did Linda tell you that?
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Sustained. It's asked and answered.
Did you tell your mother about conversations where your father would tell you that your mother was fat and crazy?
No, I would never tell mom anything like that. And no, that's untrue.
To get an answer to relay back to your mother.
Objection if this states the evidence.
Sustained.
Your mother would talk to the children, is that correct? About
Yes.
visits?
Yes, she would.
And then the children would talk to your father?
Well, basically, one of them would tell them if they wanted them that weekend, and then the other one would work it out with the other one. Yeah,
And then your father would give the answer to the children, he wouldn't give it to your mother, is that right?
right.
And then the children would relay that to your mother.
Right.
And do you remember testifying that there was at least one occasion where your mother you didn't know your mother was trying to get a hold of you because the phone was off?
I don't remember testifying to it, but I think that happened. I think I called her once, and then she called me back, and I didn't know she called me back.
Some of these these tapes that were copies of tapes that were in the machine, Linda made some of those tapes, didn't she?
I'm not aware of that. I know she sometimes heard the tapes, but I don't know if she made the tapes, the other tapes.
Remember testifying, being asked last time if Linda got involved in the process of making tapes and you indicating yes?
Sometimes she heard the tapes and would bring them to Dad's attention. I wasn't around when Dad made the tapes either. They just took the tapes and then they'd record them.
I can show you page 336, line 5 through 7. Read that to yourself.
Which part?
336, lines 5 through 7.
Yeah.
When you were asked about whether you knew whether Linda got involved in making the tapes, your answer was yes, correct?
well, got involved in the process of making the tapes. She would bring the tapes to Dad. I never saw her make the tapes. I never saw Dad make the tapes. I really don't know who exactly made the tapes.
So you saw her,
If they would hear a tape, she would have something to do with it. The only reason that they made tapes, because what made put them on other tapes is because there were so many messages on the machine. They couldn't bring in all the messages.
did they tell you why they couldn't just give a whole tape?
Well, they're messages from our friends. They weren't all from Mom.
Some of them were from Mom that weren't bad, wasn't there? Did your mother at least once leave a message that wasn't a bad message?
Yes, I told you that. She would leave bunches of messages. Some were bad, some weren't. Some were for us, some were nice, some were just talking to the boys, and then some were mean to us and to Dad.
Was there any reason that that they couldn't give the court the messages that weren't mean?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you just said that there was reasons that they couldn't give a whole tape that showed everything that was done on the phone that day. Was there a reason that you knew for that?
Not that anyone told me, just what I would assume. Why would a court want to hear every message that we had in the day? The only point to making the tapes was so that Mom would stop calling and saying bad words. That's the only reason Dad brought them to court. So why would?
Were you at any of those hearings about the tape?
No. I think, well, the one I wasn't at, I think that they talked about tapes.
Which hearing was that? Remember when?
Well, she went to jail afterward.
And did you ever hear your mother complain that the tapes were edited and that she left other calls on there that weren't just before that?
Objection, Your Honor, that misstates the evidence. It's facts not in evidence. Tapes are not edited.
Sustained.
Did you ever know why the phone was put in the closet?
It was just continually ringing. That was sometimes a reason. He never really said. He'd just take it out, put it in the closet.
So you didn't know why?
No. We could assume why, but no, we didn't know why.
There was sometimes the boys would hear your mother's voice on the answering machine. She was talking and they'd get upset because they couldn't find the phone, right?
I don't remember that in particular, but when people would be leaving messages and we couldn't find the phone, we got upset. So we'd run around and try and find the phone. I don't remember that incident in particular, but if Mom had called and we were all trying to find the phone, if she was talking and we would try and find the phone, that would have happened.
Well, you remember testifying at the last trial that there was times when the boys would hear your mother's voice and they would be upset because they didn't know where the phone was.
We all would try and find the phone. Yes. I remember that. That would happen. When anyone would call, we could find the phone too.
Now, the phone calls that you received from, first from Lee and your mother on the day that your father died, do you remember what your mother said and what Lee said?
Not some of the things. Some of the things, yes, I remember which one said, but some of it, I don't remember which one of them I heard it from.
Um,
Like the, okay, you shot me, I'm dead. That I don't remember which one said that.
The, and you also got the impression from those conversations that they didn't know if your father was dead or not, is that correct?
Yes, that's the impression that I got.
And also, now, during the time that, when your mother would get mad at your father, sometimes it was over the cars that he was driving, is that correct?
She's not mad about everything. I don't know if that was one particular incident. She's probably mad about a million things, and she brought up the car too.
Well, when you 4 children were living with your father, he was driving a Corvette.
Yes, she was mad about the Corvette.
Okay, and she was mad that he wouldn't buy a family car, is that right?
She wanted him to buy a family car. Yes, that's correct.
And so he would drive all of you around in a Corvette.
Yes.
Okay, and sometimes Linda would be there with the 4 of you.
And I don't know if we ever all fit in there. But sometimes she'd be, I think then we take 2 cars. I don't think we could all fit in there.
There were arguments about food from your, about food at your father's house, wasn't there?
With whom?
Between your mother, some of the things that she was yelling about why she was mad at your father was because of lack of food at your father's house, wasn't there?
She yelled about that, but there wasn't a lack of food at Dad's house.
Well, there was a time that your father left on vacation and the maid had to call your mother to buy food for the home, isn't that right?
I heard about that, but that doesn't, I mean, she left money for groceries. I don't think that's how it happened. We had food. I think we ran out of money doing other things, and then maybe it was run out. I don't really know what happened. That was when Marika was there. I don't remember what happened, but I know Marika called Mom. I think Mom brought over lasagna or something.
Well,
But I don't know if Marika called her about food. I don't really know what happened between the 2 of them.
Well, do you remember testifying last time that you remember that money being spent on activities and groceries and that you ran out of money?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to any further questions. It's irrelevant.
Sustained is also consistent with what she just testified to.
Was there a time when, were you aware of the boys having problems with food to eat in the morning before they went to school?
Objection, vague is the time and irrelevant.
Sustained, present.
At the time that the children, the boys were living with your father and separated from your mother, was there a time where there were complaints about not having breakfast food?
I still object, Your Honor. How many years before these murders did this occur?
Sustained as to time, but have your presence for a while.
John, maybe we heard she went into the whole area before this.
You can ask, just pin it down as the time. We're talking about 1985, 1989, I don't know.
Well, I'll start with 1985.
Objection, irrelevant.
85 is irrelevant, sustained. Take it up to 89, start with 89.
In 1989, were you aware of complaints the boys didn't have food for breakfast or food for lunch?
I'm not aware of what Danny told Mom, but there was lots of breakfast food all of the time. Millions of cereals.
Did you talk to the boys about that at all?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were you present when the boys testified in court?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Now, may I make an offer of proof as to the questions that were asked?
That's the court at the custody proceeding.
The questions that were asked were, how did your father treat the boys?
They weren't asked for this witness, were they?
Yes, I believe they were.
They were asked for this witness. Go ahead. I thought you were talking about when the boys testified.
No. Were you aware of boys' allegations as to?
Objection, Your Honor. He's asking about something that happened someplace else.
Sustained. The issue is not whether she's aware of any allegations, the issue is whether your client wasn't, Mr. Fairley, so objection sustained.
Do you, did your mother cry about the wedding china?
Cry about it?
Yes.
I don't think, not to me. I don't think she cried about it.
You remember testifying that that might have been one of the things she cried about?
No.
Line 355, 14 to 15.
I'm sorry, counsel, I'm 355, you said?
Yes.
I said I don't remember.
No question, Daniel. I don't believe.
Did you read that?
Yeah, but I didn't say she did. I said I didn't remember.
Well, you also said that that might have been one of the things, is that correct?
Mom never called me and cried about wedding china.
So that definitely.
She could have cried to somebody else. She might have cried about it. She didn't cry about it to me. I never heard Mom cry about it. She was mad about it. She wasn't sad about it.
Was there a time when there were some problems? Your mother was upset because were you charging food on your mother's account?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
While you were living with your father, were you charging food on your mother's account?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Again, Your Honor, I make an offer for good reasons.
No, you can pin it down to time.
And after, when you were living with your father on Cyprus, your mother was living in California, during the time that your mother was expressing that she was upset and making tapes to your father and mad about things, during that time, were you charging food on your mother's account?
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes, Mom had an account at a supermarket in West Shores. When we'd be down at her house, we would charge food on her account.
That food wouldn't always be eaten at her house, would it?
Yeah, pretty much around her house. Well, we wouldn't go grocery shopping there. It was just for snacks or whatever. We didn't go get groceries and bring them home, if that's what you mean.
Well, if you were going someplace, you'd go from your father's, you were living at your father's, weren't you?
Yes.
And if you were going someplace, you would use your mother's account to buy snacks. She got upset.
Yes, but she also told us that we could use it sometimes. She changed her mind about that. Because she had all of our names on it at first, and then she took all of our names off of it, and then we didn't charge on it anymore. And she told us at the beginning that we could go use it.
In 1988, 89, did you have a boyfriend named Tom?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I make it that, Your Honor, that is something I believe I need to make offer with Tom.
The name of her boyfriend.
Yes. That's just foundation, but I'll make an offer of proof.
Let's see where this is going. Go ahead, you can answer that. Did you have a boyfriend
Yes.
named Tom? Go ahead.
And did you have your conversations with your mother about Tom?
Objection, it's your mother.
You can answer that yes or no, overrule.
Yes,
Did you tell your mother that Tom was spying on her house and was going to do something with people visiting her at her house? Your mother.
absolutely not.
Did you talk to anybody about that?
No.
Have any knowledge that Tom was spying on your mother's house?
Tom was staying in a house above mom's house and he could see her house.
But there was no threats that you relayed to your mother or anyone else about your mother?
No, he said, oh, I can see, I was telling him I was going out, he said, I can see a car pulling up to the house. He did not make any threats to come down and do anything to anybody at the house.
Was Tom calling your mother's house?
Yes,
Now, everyone at the house knew the rule that if the boys came over, if your mother came over to the house, she would get arrested, didn't they?
Objection, that's an incorrect statement.
Sustained.
Well, they knew that if they came over without your father's permission, that your mother would get arrested, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. One, it's an incorrect statement, and two, it's irrelevant.
Sustained.
On which basis, Your Honor?
Both, it was in violation of a restraining order. There's no guarantee she'd be arrested.
Well, it was conveyed to your mother that the belief was that she would get arrested if she came over there.
Objection is beyond this witness's personal knowledge, and the defendant knew what the restraining was.
Sustained.
The boys would encourage your mother to come in the house, would they not?
to come in the house, no. Not that I'm aware of. To come over and pick them up sometimes. One time, I think she's already in the house, and then Rhett was showing her something up in his room. But I don't think that they told her to come over and come in the house.
Everyone was seeing a Dr. Sparta at that time, is that correct? Children, at some point,
Objection, Vegas is on.
Sustained, just rephrase it.
1986.
Yeah, Lee and I went to him, I think only a few times. But the boys, I think they went a little longer. But we all went, I think, to 2 or 3 meetings, all 4 of us together.
And no one liked Dr. Sparta, did they?
Objection, that's irrelevant.
Sustained.
Not to make an offer of proof on that.
No, go to something else. Whether they liked him or not, it's irrelevant.
But can I at least,
You make your offer of proof at the recess.
can I ask another question in that area?
Yes?
Was that conveyed to your mother that nobody liked Dr. Sparta?
Yes, I think it was. No one knows that's life psychologist, period. We didn't really want to go.
Now, in 1985, during the Christmas holidays, everybody went skiing, is that correct?
80, wait, what year did you say?
1985, Christmas of 1985.
Everyone meaning
Well,
8,000.
did that, your father, the 4 children, and Linda went skiing, is that correct? And they went, you went to the family condo?
No.
Okay, where did you go?
Park City.
And was that for the whole Christmas vacation?
I think we were there for a week.
And do you also had you gone in October to your Uncle Larry's Oktoberfest party?
No.
Okay. Did your father go?
I don't, I think so. I've never been to that.
Okay. The time that you indicated that sometimes your mother would not want to have visits with the children. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. There were times during holidays where the kids wanted to go skiing. Isn't that right?
With whoever?
Yes, with whoever.
Yeah.
And during that time when your mom would say that, did your mom say that she was not going to stop the kids from going on a skiing vacation so that they'd have to sit home with her?
We could have gone skiing with Mom.
Right. Well, your mom indicated that she didn't have the money to go skiing, didn't she?
Yeah.
And that she wouldn't stop the kids from going skiing if that's what they wanted to do?
Are you just speaking of 85 or all years?
No, not 85, at other times.
I don't know, she didn't indicate that to me, but I think that's what she thought.
Now, the time when most of your family, extended family, lived out of state,
Yes.
and when your mother and father's family would visit, would your father be working a lot and stay away from those visits?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
This was gone into about isolation. You want me to bring it up to recess?
Yes. Why don't we take the recess this time? We're gonna be a while yet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition will be in recess until 5 minutes to 11. And council want to wait behind, we'll take care of this stuff right now.
But his punishments weren't that bad. I don't think they were scared about the punishments. They were just scared about being in trouble.
So do you remember saying Dad was mad and acted on it and scared them?
Objection, irrelevant. It's vague as to when and where and what it was referring to.
Sustained.
But you remember being asked about how your dad, how the boys felt about your dad and how your dad punished the boys. Remember that?
Can you direct us to, okay?
Your Honor, I'm asking about in the direct testimony. We should talk about that.
Do you remember him asking, or Ms. Wells asking you that earlier this week?
About boys being punished.
Yes.
No. No, it's not that being punished.
Do you, were the boys scared when your father was mad and acted on it?
Objection, yes, ma'am.
Sustained.
You indicated that your mother at least one time went to Cyprus to get her clothes back.
Yes.
Hey, was it just one time?
One time I heard of,
But were there other times where your mother came over to get clothes? For instance, was there a time where she came over to get ski clothes?
that might have been the one time I was talking about. I don't know what clothes she was coming to get. She would come over. I don't know why she came over.
Do you remember an incident where she came over to get, where you had taken her ski clothes and she came over to get them?
Shirley, I didn't take her ski clothes. She lent them to me.
Do you remember a time when she lent you her ski clothes and she came over to get her ski clothes back?
Not in particular, but that could have happened. I mean, yeah, I borrowed her ski clothes. She could have come back to get them. That could have been the time I was talking about. I don't remember what clothes she was coming to get the time that we were referring to about the picture.
That was in May, though. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. So that wouldn't have been ski clothes.
the, you knew that when you would tell your mother things that were going on, it made her upset, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor, vague.
Sustained.
Well, when you told her about things that were going on at your father's house that you were upset about or you were mad about, you knew that would upset your mother, didn't you?
Well, she'd ask me about them, but that it eventually upset her.
You would
And
never.
I'd get upset about anything, not necessarily just Dad's house. I talked to Mom about it.
And when you're an emotional person, is that right?
Sensitive.
And it was, you never went over to your mother and told her about things that were going on. It was only when she asked you.
No, I tell her about everything, and she'd ask me when she wouldn't ask me, but it wasn't like she didn't want to hear them.
The time that the cake was spread around, did Lee cry about that?
Yes.
Okay. You remember testifying before that Lee did not cry about that incident?
Lee was upstairs with Mom, and no, I don't remember testifying to that, but my recollection is Lee was very upset about the cake. But I don't know if I just know that from testimony last year, because I know somebody testified about the cake. I don't even know. I might just be confused about that. I don't know. I know somebody testified to that. I don't know if that's how I heard about Lee being upset about the cake.
Okay. So you don't remember now whether that's.
I'm trying to remember. Okay. I don't even think I was upstairs when the cake incident. But I know Lee was upset about the cake incident.
Well, you remember the interview with the district attorney on December 7th, don't you? About a month after.
Mm-hmm.
And you remember telling the district attorney that Lee really doesn't get upset about things and she doesn't cry, and you don't remember her crying about the cake?
I know.
Objection, I'm sorry, that's a compound question, and perhaps counsel could direct us to pages after that.
Page 15, lines 27 through 16. Line 10. Maybe if I may approach you to the chair.
Wait just a minute. We're getting some pretty strong gas fumes on this side of the room.
There's a gas leak outside, right outside the building.
It's outside the building?
Yeah, it's about all blocked off.
Okay, then we're safe in the courtroom here. Probably safer here than outside. Or we'll keep going then. I was just concerned it might be a internal gas leak in the courtroom here. Go ahead.
You weren't referring to me, I think.
No, Mr. Early.
If you could read to yourself lines 27 through 28, page 15 and 16 through line 2. You had a chance to read that?
Mm-hmm.
And is it true that Lee is not someone who cries?
She doesn't cry very much, but she was upset about the cake. I don't know if she actually cried.
Okay, but during your interview, you indicated you didn't believe she cried. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and it's true that the vandalism was not something that affected the children very much, was it?
No, that's totally untrue.
The, you remember the district attorney in that interview asking you directly how this affected the boys? And you indicating that they thought it was stupid, it didn't affect them very much?
No, I don't recall saying that, but you just said the children. And then the long-term effects of all the children, it affected us all very much.
Have you talked to anybody about your testimony and making sure that you answer more than the question to try to get things in?
No.
The, do you remember being asked that question by the district attorney? If you could read to yourself
I
line
have a page.
16, line 3.
I'm sorry, counsel, what page?
3 through 10, line 16.
What page?
What page?
Oh, I'm sorry, page 16, lines 3 through 10.
This is an interview from December of '89, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you indicate at that time that you didn't talk about long-term effects, did you then?
No.
Okay. And did you indicate that they were that it didn't affect us much?
I believe there I was referring to things like the spray painting on the cake. Those things, when they happened, began not to affect us much because they happen often. Things about like the car and the clothes, the bigger incidents, those did affect us. You just said vandalizing and all, I thought you meant all those things.
Okay. So the instances that bothered you were the clothes and the car, the other instances.
No, they bothered us, but they didn't, we just kind of cleaned up the mess and went on with things.
There was no time that you remember your mother pulling Christmas wrappings off of presents, was there?
No.
And there was no time that you knew about your mother putting flyers on cars, did you?
No.
And would the boys encourage your mother to come in the house to see things like presents they might have or things they'd set up?
Objection, yes to answer.
Well, you're on cross, but you can answer that.
Well, if she was already in the house, I don't think they'd encourage her to come over and see them. I don't think they would do that. I don't remember them doing that, but if she was already there, I know that they would like her to come up to the rooms and see things. And they'd show her things.
So once she was at the house, then they would encourage her to come in sometimes to see things.
Or sometimes they'd say, oh, I got this, oh, I got that. Maybe, but I don't think they'd say, why don't you come over and see it? Because she wasn't supposed to do that.
Your mother still asks about what you're doing and what your friends are doing, doesn't she?
Yes.
Now, on the interview on 11/9/89, did you tell the district attorney that in the first conversation you had with your mother, that her voice was quivering? And she said something about when you were crying for you to stop because you were making her cry?
Objection, Your Honor. This has been gone into and asked and answered.
Sustained.
Well, I have not shown her a transcript from that hearing and asked her if that's true, Your Honor. She's denied it.
No, she didn't.
That's not how I recall her testimony, but if you want to show her the transcript, go ahead.
If we agree that her testimony is consistent with that, that's fine.
I'm not making any finding of fact on her testimony, Mr. Early. If you want to show her the transcript, go ahead. If you don't, that's fine.
Okay. Now, the first conversation, that's when your mother was telling you to calm down, is that correct?
I don't remember what happened in the first conversation, the second conversation.
Oh, you don't?
Not specifically. No, I don't.
You don't remember whether your mother's voice was quivering or not in that?
Sometime it was quivering. I don't remember which conversation.
And do you remember telling the district attorney it was in the first conversation when your mother was telling you to calm down?
Yes. But now to date, I can't remember if it was the first or second.
You remember your mother telling you not to cry, this was making her cry?
Yes.
Remember whether that was in the first or the second conversation?
No, but no, I don't remember specifically, but I'm not sure that I was crying in the first conversation, so that might have been the second conversation.
Now, you know that your mother wanted to have the boys, didn't you?
Yes.
And had you and you thought she was a good mother when she was with the boys, but that she was not a good mother over the phone, is that right?
Sometimes.
Well, do you remember being asked by the district attorney, did you think that she was a good mother or not? And your answer was, when she was with them, yes, but when she wasn't over the phone and things, no?
Can counsel please give me a cite?
Page 36.
What are you referring to?
Oh, I'm sorry, the 11-9 interview, page 36, 4 through 7.
Your Honor, I would just ask if counsel would please give me a cite of what he's referring to before he reads it. That's inappropriate.
Okay, Mr. Early, could you do that in the future, please? Go ahead.
Page 36, line 1.
4 through 7.
I'm sorry, can you ask me the question again?
Do you remember being asked a question by the district attorney about being asked directly whether your mother was a good mother?
I don't really remember anything in particular about that conversation, but yeah, she probably asked me that. And I probably said yes.
And that's still your feeling it was over the phone where she would use inappropriate language?
Objection, Your Honor. She hasn't been shown the statement, and that's not a complete statement.
Sustained.
John, I'm not asking her the statement, I'm asking her present memory.
What's your present memory?
If she was a good mother, if she used foul language.
Did
She
she
was-
use foul language over the phone or only in person, or what
Both.
did she use it?
Both. She used foul language both times.
Okay. If you could read 2 through 7.
I would ask that she read 2 through 12.
2 through 12.
Two through 16.
Okay. Why? Would you want me to answer the question?
Wait till I ask you a question.
Okay.
Other than the times that your mother was talking in negative terms about your father, did you think she was a good mother?
Sometimes. I still feel sometimes.
That's not what you answered at the time, was it?
Well, I just went on about it longer, but basically, she had them on weekends and things. They weren't there for a long period of time. Sometimes they'd be over there and everything would go great for the weekend. Sometimes she'd have them there for a couple hours and they'd be back home. Sometimes she was in a good mood. Sometimes she was in a bad mood. So sometimes she was a great mother and other times she was a terrible mother.
Was Lee scared of your father?
When she was bad, yeah, she was scared about getting yelled at. I don't know what you mean by scared. I mean, we didn't like to get in trouble. But that's it. When Lee got in trouble at school, she was scared about
When your
Dad finding out.
When your sister was 17, your father took her out of the well, didn't you?
I don't know how.
Objection, Your Honor, that's, assumes facts not known.
Sustained.
Well, your father took Lee out of the well, didn't you?
Objection. It assumes facts not known, so it's not relevant, it's out of context.
Well, you can ask her if she has personal knowledge of that.
Yes,
The answer is yes, you have personal knowledge, you took her out of the well.
yes.
When you were asked the question of why Lee referring to the interview of 11/9/89, line 13, page 13, line 26, through the next page, 14, line 3. Do you remember being asked why Lee did not like her father?
Objection, Your Honor, it's out of order.
Sustained.
The question was asked, did
It asked in an interview in 1989, it hadn't been asked in this. Specified, it was not so far.
no, I'll give you the exact quote of the question about the relationship.
Go ahead.
Maybe do it at some part.
Sure. Come on up.
Do you remember a incident in Cyprus about breaking a window and calling the police?
Objection, Your irrelevant.
Well, Vegas at times, sitting on that background.
In 1988, remember an incident about breaking a window and calling the police?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained, but you can go to that area, you can give us a little more detail. Who allegedly broke the window?
You remember Kim being present when you were there, and you and your friends broke a window and you called the police reporting a burglary because you were afraid of your father?
Absolutely not.
Do you remember a scratch on your father's desk?
Yes. There's a bunch of scratches on my father's desk.
Okay, but you don't remember anything about a scratch and it getting fixed real quick so that there wouldn't be problems?
No.
The time that you indicated that you thought you heard the car and it sounded like a chainsaw, you didn't hear your father screaming at all?
Objection, Your Honor, he's already asked this.
Well, this is only the second time through. He's uncrossed. Go ahead.
I remember Dad feeling something when he first went out there, but then when I didn't hear Dad say anything, it was when Mom was saying, yelling to me. There was no sounds from Dad, so I didn't know what happened to him. I heard him say something when he first ran out, and then I didn't hear anything else from him.
think that he was getting cut up by a chainsaw?
I don't know what I thought. I just didn't know what happened to him. It sounded like a chainsaw. I don't know. Then I didn't really know what happened.
Well, do you remember, and this is again, November 9th, 1989, page 23, lines 23 through 24. You remember telling the district attorney that you thought your mother was chainsawing your father to death?
That's what I initially thought when I thought it was a chainsaw. When I was down in the canyon, I didn't know what I thought.
So originally at some time you thought that you heard your father screaming and thought your mother was chainsawing him to death?
No, because I only heard him scream the first time. So I figured I don't know what I figured. No, I did not think she chainsawed him to death when I came back up from the canyon. So.
You could read yourself page 23, lines 23 through the 26.
Yes.
You remember telling the district attorney that you heard your dad screaming and you thought she was chainsawing to death?
Yes, that's what I thought at first. Then when I came back from the canyon, I didn't think that anymore because I had not heard anything after the initial scream and then there wasn't the noise anymore.
Okay. So it's
After the car came back in and then there was no noise from the car, there was no noise from dad, it was just mom.
so when you ran down so your testimony is that your thought as you were running down the canyon is that he was being chainsawed to death?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again under 765 of the Evidence Code. I believe that it's inappropriate for counsel to keep going over and over the same areas that he's gone over before, and I think the court has to go over.
And I believe if she changes her mind, I have the right to go into the cross-examination.
Sustained. I don't, the jury's recollection is what counts. I don't recall that she's changed her mind. She's given you the same answers several times.
Okay. At the time that incident took place, you remember your mother yelling about that her only asset with her name on it in the world was sold?
She didn't say her only name, asset with the name on it, she said the house. The house is being sold.
Well, she talked about not selling it, and she had nothing left in the world, and it was the only thing with her name on it, didn't she?
I don't think she told me it was the only thing with her name on it. She said she didn't want the house to be sold.
Did she say that she didn't want it to be sold because it had her name on it? And she had nothing left in the world?
I did not know that her name wasn't on anything else.
Okay, but I'm just
So-
asking, when you're sitting there listening to her that day,
Well, if I had heard her say that, then I would have thought her name wasn't on anything else. So I didn't hear her say that.
Okay.
I still don't know if her name was on anything else.
on the November 9th interview, page 38 and 39. Lines 27 through 8. If you could read those to your son.
Okay.
Do you remember your mother saying something about it being her only asset in the world?
No. It had her name on it. I didn't say anything about having no more assets.
Did you say that there was some reason that he sold it so that she had nothing left in the world? Remember saying that?
No, she said I have nothing left in the world.
That's what I'm saying. That's just all she said. I'm just asking you what she said. Did she say that that was one of the things she said, that he sold it, she was upset, she had nothing left in the world?
Yes, I think that she said that.
Okay.
But I didn't understand that anything about names on anything. I didn't understand that part.
The, is it true that you wished your father would give you more money, but you never had guts to ask him?
At first, when I
Objection, Your Honor, that's irrelevant.
Sustained.
It would go with my last offer of proof, Your Honor.
Overruled. Excuse me, still sustained.
Did you have problems asking your father for things?
Objection, irrelevant.
Oh, you can answer that yes or no.
sometimes. Oh, I have to answer yes or no?
No, you can say sometimes.
You indicated that your mother, as things would happen, would write things in the diary, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that you never said anything to her about the way Linda would dress in front of the children?
When did I? What are you talking about?
The way,
About the lingerie?
yes.
No, I never said anything to Mom about that.
Something was been marked as cue for identification. Do you recognize the handwriting in that?
Yes, it's my mom's.
Because that appears to be the kind of writing she did in her diary.
Yes.
And she mentions the,
Objection, hearsay. All this witness can do is identify that writing as of her knowledge.
Sustained.
you indicated that your mother, that there was no problem that you knew about your mother having her counsel withdrawn and no money
Objection, say,
in 1985,
Overruled.
86.
Overruled. Okay.
Her accounts may have been overdrawn, but that wasn't because Mom didn't have money. I mean, maybe she didn't have money in the accounts anymore at the end of the month, but she had some in the beginning of the month.
Was there complaints about in 85 when they were both your father's and your mother's complaints about your father using the accounts to purchase things for Linda and leaving her in an overdrawn state?
objection, Your Honor, it assumes the fact's not in evidence and it's hearsay.
Sustained.
Show you R for identification.
Counsel, may I see?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you recognize the handwriting in
For the record, is R a one-page document?
R is a one-page document?
Do I recognize it as mom's writing?
Yes.
Yes.
Were there times that your mother would complain because your father would be gone away on vacation, but would not allow her to have custody of the children in 1985?
Objection, irrelevant. 1985.
Overruled. You can answer that, do you know?
I don't understand. Do you mean if mom would complain of that?
Yes.
Yes, mom complained of it.
Okay, and was it that something that happened?
Well, I don't think that's the exact circumstances. Because sometimes when dad would go out on vacation and he would say that mom could have the kids, then she'd say she didn't want to be a babysitter. But she wasn't going to babysit while he went off and did all these things.
And there was, in 85, there was a problem when Thanksgiving Day was, there not?
I don't remember. If you could tell me more circumstances around it, maybe I'd remember, but I really don't remember what happened on Thanksgiving and Christmas every year.
Do you remember going over to your mother's house in a taxi?
Your Honor, again, I'm sorry, I'm gonna object to the developments of what might have happened on Thanksgiving Day in 1985.
Well, I don't need an offer of proof, Mr. Early. I can't tell from your question whether it's relevant or not. Whether she took a taxi to her mother's house for Thanksgiving?
Yes, there was,
I object to an offer of proof before the jury.
All right, come on up.
Did you ever read your mother's diaries?
Some pages. I never read them all.
and
If it was lying on a table and I saw it, then that's the only time I would see it.
okay, when you say you read some pages, can you give me an estimate? Was it 5 pages, 10 pages, or was it over the years, you'd read a page here and a page there?
Over the years, read a page here and a page there.
And was it from different volumes of it, same volume, do you know?
I have no idea. I don't know how many volumes she had or anything.
And did your mother's house have lots of legal papers around it?
Yeah, she had boxes and bunches of stuff, all kinds of things.
And did you yourself, you've taken shooting lessons, have you not?
No, I didn't take shooting lessons. I went to camp and we shot at a target for an hour or two.
Well, you went to, at some point in time, somewhere you took some shooting lessons where you became accredited by the NRA, did you not?
They just give those things to all the kids. No, I didn't, they weren't lessons. There wasn't anyone instructing us. They just gave us a gun and then we shot at this hay thing with a target in it.
So your memory is you went to a camp where there was no instructors, they gave you a gun and you shot a hay.
Your Honor, I object to
No.
irrelevant.
It's the same.
Make an offer proof as or at least mark an exhibit.
So whether or not she ever had shooting, this witness ever had shooting lessons?
Yeah.
No. That's, the objection's the same.
The, do you recall an incident with coming over and talking to your mother where you were very upset that you were having problems at school and you found out about it, being copied a letter from your father to your brother, to his brother.
Then I object as to the relevance.
Well, I'm not sure of the relevance of it. This is different, Mr. Roy, than the letter to the mother and father. You're talking about something else?
Yes.
Go ahead, you can answer that. Yes or no?
Am I aware of it? Am I aware of the letter?
Did you talk to your mother about being upset about a letter that you received where your dad's way of letting you know how he was doing in school was being copied with a letter that was sent to your uncle?
I think I was in Ohio when that happened, and I think I talked to Mom on the phone about that. I think if that's what I'm thinking of.
In January of 1987, what grade were you in?
Oh, no, then that's different. That,
What was the question?
If I may show you the letter. Have you seen this letter before?
For the record, that's defendant's.
A letter dated January 20, 1987.
2 pages.
2 pages.
yes, I've seen it before.
And were you upset because your father was communicating to you by sending you copies of correspondence to other people?
I would say that he didn't talk to me, but I knew why he wrote the letter to Uncle Larry. I wish he had talked to me about it, and then he could have still written this letter to Uncle Larry. But I didn't like it that it was a letter. I would have rather that he had spoken to me about it. But he did I basically knew it was coming.
Were you upset when you were talking to your mother about it?
I don't remember in particular, but I'm sure that I was.
I have no further questions.
Good timing. Take our noon recess at this time, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in recess until 1:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch.
Regardless of whether or not you are aware of the specific orders of court or the agreements between your parents, is it true that your mother did have visitation with all of you?
Yes.
And that was not an uncommon thing?
No.
Were you ever aware of her writing in her diary any entries about your father attempting to give her the boys and her refusing because she didn't want to be his babysitter?
I don't know about entries in the diary about it. I just know she said it to me.
So there were times that he would offer the boys, allow them to go over to visit, and she would refuse to take them, is that correct?
Yes.
Counsel asked you about, a little bit about your father and a closet door incident, him getting angry at a closet door. Was that something, can you give us some perspective on that? Was that something that just all of a sudden happened, or what?
Well, it was on a sliding, it was on like a sliding thing, it had wheels on the bottom, and it kept falling off and wheels on the top. And it was in Danny Ritt's room, and it fell off all the time, and then the whole door would go into the closet. And so then, it was, I think this time the wheel actually fell off. And then he picked it up and took it out to the balcony and then threw it off the balcony.
And what about this motorcycle?
Your Honor, could we just ask the audience to please refrain from commenting on the evidence?
I don't think they commented. I heard a snicker or laugh. I didn't hear any comments. If anybody in the audience is commenting on the evidence, please don't do that.
With respect to the motorcycle, he got angry at a motorcycle once. Did that just come out of the blue, or had something happened before?
Well, he got the motorcycle either for his birthday or for Christmas. And then it had been wrecked repeatedly. I think first he crashed into a curb, and then Mom crashed it into something, and then I crashed it the day he got it back from that. And then that's the day that he took it in the garage. Because he just gotten it home, and then he said I could take it around the block. I took it around the block, and I was going around the circle, and then it like fell like this. So then he took it into the garage, and then he did whatever he did to it, and then took it down the street.
Okay. So it had just come back from being fixed, and that had
Right.
happened on a couple of times, and then you took it out and wrecked it again.
Right. So he had pretty much enough of the motorcycle.
And you indicated that you never knew what he ultimately did with it. It wasn't something that he did in front of the kids. He just somehow got rid of the motorcycle.
We went up in the balcony and saw him walking it down the street, and then he came back and it wasn't with him anymore. So
Was that something that you all laughed about? often
we asked him
afterwards?
what he did with it over and over because it disappeared, but he wouldn't tell us.
Did your father ever throw Rhett down the stairs?
No,
Would Rhett sometimes say things to your mother about your dad that weren't true?
yes, he did.
And why would he do that?
Your Honor, objection calls for conclusion, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, what would your mother's response be when when the boys or you would say things like that about your dad? Would she like to hear those things?
Yeah, she liked to hear those things.
Did she like to hear when the boys would say something nice about your dad?
No,
Would she get angry when you'd say something nice about your dad?
yes, you just, no, she didn't want to hear anything nice about Dad or Linda.
And I take it that your mom didn't have any concerns or didn't express any concerns about your dad being abusive to any of you when she dropped you off and left you with him. Is that correct?
No.
There was a time that you indicated that you were aware of way back in 1986 where your dad was deducting some money from your mother because of the things that she was doing.
Yes.
Was he just angry about the fact that she would say a bad word? Or were there other things that he was concerned about?
Other things, I know he deducted money when she would vandalize the house for repairs and then the bad words, but I don't think he really cared if Mom used bad words, she just didn't want them around us.
Was he concerned?
I don't think that he had any control of whether she used them elsewhere, but he just didn't want them on his machine with us around.
Was he concerned about how those things were affecting you and the boys and Lee?
Yes.
Was he concerned about your mother attempting to force you all to hate him?
Yes, he
Your Honor,
was.
objection, pleading.
Sustained.
Did he have any concerns about what your mother was doing as far as their feelings towards yours or their feelings towards him or Linda?
Yes, he was very concerned about that.
And during that time, before there was a court order for support, were you aware that your dad was voluntarily paying support to your mother?
Yes.
He was at the time paying all of her expenses, her mortgage, her insurance, her medical payments, her car payments, all of that stuff.
Right. I know he gave her a monthly check, and then I know that he made the house payment and the car payment and insurance payments. And for a while, I know he paid credit card payments.
There was never anybody that ever showed up at your mom's house to repossess her cars or her furniture or her house, I think.
No.
The night that you indicated that your mom dropped Red off in the middle of the night with an earache, did she ever explain why she came over and just dropped him off in the middle of the night when he was sick?
No. I have no idea why.
So I take it she had Red at the time. She had visitation with Red.
Your Honor, objection, it's leading and it mistakes the evidence.
Sustained. Just rephrase it.
Did she have visitation with Red at the time? With Red staying with her?
Your Honor, objection mistakes the evidence. She's already testified she doesn't remember the earache.
Should I ask her? Well, that question didn't have to do with an earache. It had to do with whether or not she had visitation with Red at the time. Do you know?
Yes, she did.
That's another question.
Did you ever hear your mom say anything to Danny or Rhett about being too embarrassed to tell people she knew them?
She said that on the phone machine. I heard her say that, I heard a message from her that said that.
Was that something that was upsetting to the boys?
Yes.
Now, would your mother leave these messages only after she called and called and called and couldn't get through, and then she'd leave these messages, or would she leave them sometimes first thing off the bat?
It all varied. It all depended on, I don't even know what it depended on. It varied. Sometimes she'd call repeatedly and then leave a message. Sometimes she'd out of the blue, she'd leave a message. Just all different occasions.
So it didn't.
Sometimes it was because there's somebody's voice in the machine she didn't like. Sometimes it had nothing to do with the voice in the machine. It just, they're all different. There wasn't any rule of thumb.
All different things that she was angry about.
Right.
And did your dad ever have any problems when she would call and leave a message that was a regular message?
No.
And you indicated that the message tape would have all the various messages that were left on it. Is that correct?
Right.
So whoever was calling in and leaving messages, there'd be messages on there.
Right.
And sometimes those tapes would include some messages from your mother.
Right.
And you're not aware or not of whether or not some of those original tapes have been turned over to the defense or are in the possession of Elizabeth Broderick?
No. I don't know what I don't know what was done with them once that happened.
Was it common to reuse that tape?
Yes.
So it would stay on the machine and messages would be left over old messages?
Right.
You indicated that your mother did call often over to your dad's house at Cypress. Is that
Yes,
correct?
she did.
Sometimes, many times a day?
Yes.
And sometimes, was there a fair amount of upset after her conversations with the children?
Yes.
Was there also a period of time where you had some hang-up calls in the middle of the night?
Yes, there was. That's why Dad turned off the ringers or took the phone away in the middle of the night. Yeah, he did that almost every night. After everyone would go to sleep and then he just put it back in the morning.
Because there had been some hang-up calls in the middle of the night.
Right.
Now, you talked about the fact that there were two phones in your house. One was the basic family phone and one was your dad's phone in the office.
Right.
That didn't ring very much.
Yes.
And your dad would receive phone calls as well from the family phone, is that correct?
Yes.
So if somebody wanted to call the Broderick house and they looked it up in the phone book, that would be the number that they'd call.
Right. That's one that was listed. Not very many people knew the other one.
You described an evening where you went out with your dad and Mr. Monahan, who was a friend of your dad's, and all the kids. You remember that?
I think it was just Lee and I.
Okay. But it included Mr. Monahan's kids?
Yes.
And was there anything inappropriate that your dad did when you guys were all out for pizza?
No. Not that I remember. We just went out to pizza.
Was he drinking and drunk?
No.
And when your mother threw the stereo at him, how soon was that after he opened the door?
Almost immediately.
So if there had been some problem, she wouldn't have known about it. I mean, she didn't have time to discuss things.
Right. By the time I walked in, the stereo was already on the ground.
Counsel asked you about your dad's drinking. Was your dad an alcoholic?
No.
Did your dad drink alcohol?
Yes.
How would you describe how he drank or when he drank?
Well, occasionally on the weekends, on the weekends he'd go out with his friends and drink, but he'd come home drunk, usually. On St. Patrick's Day, he'd drink a lot. When he'd come home from work, he didn't drink. Just varied, but mostly on, I guess St. Patrick's Day was the only time I saw him drunk.
Would you classify him as a social drinker? I mean, he'd drink with his friends and he'd party with his friends.
Right.
And in fact, you got a driving under the influence conviction. Were you aware that was on a St. Patrick's Day?
No, I don't know anything about them.
Okay. Was St. Patrick's Day a big day in the Broderick family?
Yes, it was.
Would a lot
Still
of,
is.
I'm sorry,
It still is.
would a lot of your dad's relatives come out and visit and they party?
Yes.
I think you were also asked a question about you're driving the MG and your mother screaming about problems with the MG. Was there anything related to your dad in there? Was your dad the cause of any problems with the MG?
No.
Your mother was just angry because you were driving the MG?
Yes.
And ultimately, she decided to buy you a car, is that correct?
Yeah. But that was before I drove the MG.
Okay, so she bought you a car before you drove the MG.
I drove the MG after I didn't have a car she got me anymore.
What happened to the car that she got you?
I crashed it about a month afterward. I rear-ended somebody, and then Dad paid to get it fixed, and then Mom said that, well, he can pay for the car. But Dad said that he wouldn't buy us cars until we graduated from college. So then it got repossessed.
Is it fair to say that your dad wanted you to have some responsibility as far as money was concerned?
Yes.
He didn't want to just buy you anything you wanted.
No.
And what about going to school? You indicated that you went to the college in Arizona, is that correct?
Yes.
Did your dad pay for your tuition?
Yes, he did.
Did he pay for your room and board?
He paid for the apartment and for the bills. My roommate and I just had the bills sent to our parents. And they paid for electricity and water and gas. And then we got allowance for phone and entertainment and food.
So, but basically your dad was paying all the bills.
Right. Except the phone. I was supposed to pay that.
Is that where you got into trouble with getting a big phone bill?
Yes.
Now, you've indicated that you had 2 conversations with your mother on November the 5th, the day that your dad and Linda were killed.
Yes.
And during one of those conversations, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think you indicated that either your mother or Lee, you can't remember now, somebody told you that your dad had said, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Yes. One of them said that. I just don't remember which conversation or who said it.
And, well, if it came from Lee, obviously it'd come from your mother
Right.
too.
I had said, if it came from Lee, then I'd asked her if he said anything, and she said, Mom said, he said this.
Now, do you know when he supposedly said that in relation to when your mother pulled the phone out of the wall?
Not in relation to when Mom pulled the phone out of the wall, but as she was leaving, she heard him say that.
As she was leaving the room, she heard him say, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Right. She didn't say as I was leaving, I don't think. Lee might have said as she was leaving. I can't remember Mom saying as. I'm sorry. Okay.
Start your answer again, please.
What was the question again?
As she was leaving the room, she heard him say, okay, you shot me, I'm dead.
Okay. And Lee might have said as she was leaving. Mom had told her that. But it was pretty much just the whole gist of what I thought had happened.
In that conversation, did your mother say anything about your dad yelling, call the police?
No.
Did she say anything about Linda yelling, call the police?
No.
Did she say anything about anybody yelling, call the police?
No, no one said anything else except that.
Did she say anything about it being an accident, or she didn't mean it to happen?
No.
You also indicated, I think, that, are you doing okay? I'm almost done.
Okay.
That that you erased some of the messages that your mother left on the phone, right?
Yes, I got them first.
So if Danny and Rex maybe didn't get some messages from your mother, you had erased them.
Right.
And that's,
Or I would have gotten them and maybe forgotten to give them to him.
now did you erase, are we talking about just regular messages that she would leave? or-
No, if she had left obscene messages, then I would try to erase them. I would erase them before Dad came home or rewind the machine so that someone would take over it. But normal messages, then I would just get, and then maybe, I know I didn't always give them to everybody.
And the actual answering machine, your dad had taken out at the period of time, right?
Yes, and then he agreed that I could have it back if it was put in my room.
So he, as far as he was concerned, he just didn't want to hear the messages at all. If he was trying to collect messages, he wasn't trying to collect them anymore at that point, right?
Right.
And it was only at your insistence that he put the machine back on the phone?
Right.
And do you know whether or not your mother got mad when she found out he took the answering machine out?
Yes, because because if we weren't home, or she figured that was pretty much the only way she could get in touch with us most of the time.
So she was angry, I'm sorry.
Because we weren't home all that often.
So when the machine was on, if she was angry, she'd leave
Your
these
Honor,
messages?
Objection is leaving and ask an answer.
It's the same.
Yeah, you also mentioned, I think, that sometimes you were not allowed to take phone calls during dinner. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, was that just an across-the-board rule? You weren't allowed to take phone calls from anybody?
Right.
So it wasn't directed towards your mother?
Well, we were supposed to turn down the machine so we couldn't hear the volume either. We weren't supposed to, and the ringer if it was in the kitchen. No phone calls during dinner, any of them. We're not even supposed to know who was calling during dinner.
Okay, so it just didn't want to be interrupted with phone calls during dinner?
Right.
And did that happen also when you were doing homework?
Well, for a while we had phone hours, but no, that really didn't happen when we were doing homework.
Well, did the phone hours, did it have anything to do specifically with your mother, or were those just general
No,
times?
general times, because my sister and I would fight about the phone all the time.
You like to talk on the phone a lot?
Not anything more, but I used to.
You indicated that you, as far as you recollect, that you had never lost your keys to your dad's house before, right?
Right.
You were asked the question, maybe you could have lost some car keys before, right?
I don't remember losing car keys, but maybe I could have.
Was there some concern by your dad about keys being lost, or your mother being in possession of the key to his house?
Well, somebody lost keys at one time because we had all the locks changed.
And
So there
why?
was some key of Dad's floating around because he thought Mom might have the key. So we had all the locks changed on all the doors.
So he was concerned about your mother having a key to the house?
Yes.
You were also asked some questions about your feelings about your mother's treatment of your dad, that you didn't think was particularly good. Was that only in the last couple of years of their marriage, or are you talking about from the time as far back as you can remember?
As far back as I can remember.
You're talking about when you were 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old.
Right. It didn't just all start when I was around 15. It was a long time ago.
And with respect to your mother, or the allegation of your mother putting a ski in the door, do you know whether or not your mother has admitted doing that?
I heard something about a ski in the door since then. I don't know where I've heard about it, or if mom says she did it or anything.
Okay. So you don't recall whether or not your mother specifically told you that she had done that?
No.
Counsel asked you if there had been any problems with any housekeepers that your dad hired. Were you aware of any problems with those housekeepers in relation to your mother?
Yes.
That they-
Some of them didn't get along with mom.
And did that have anything to do, as far as you knew, with them stopping their employment?
Yes.
Was it didn't have to do with not getting along with your dad, it had to do with not getting along with your mother?
Right. The first one, Ginger, we didn't like. That's why he got rid of that one.
And you talked about that there were times when your dad had hired security guards. Was that something that he just did for fun because he liked to have security guards out there?
No, it was when he was nervous about something. Or when he thought something might happen. We didn't have him all the time.
Right. And you had indicated that when he did it the first time, it was after your mother had driven the car through the door.
Right.
Was it after another time when she had attacked him with some keys?
I don't remember. I don't know.
It was after some times when she had just come into the house unannounced when she wasn't supposed to be there?
Your Honor, objection.
Stand. It's just a phrase.
Were there concerns by your father in relation to your mother coming into the house unannounced when she wasn't supposed to be there?
Yes. We'd already moved out of Coral Reef. This is when we never had security guards at Coral Reef. We had them at Cypress after the stuff had happened at Coral Reef and after the car had been to the house. Then when things would occur where he thought mom might do one of those things, then he would get security guards.
Counsel asked you some questions about your dad and his decision and his thinking about giving custody of Danny and Red to your mother right before his murder.
Yes.
And was it your impression from your discussions with him that he was getting rid of Danny and Red because he was thinking about having a new family with Linda?
No, he did not expect for that to last. He expected that if he just said, okay, go ahead, then they'd be back soon. That then maybe everyone would just quit yelling at him all the time.
And that was based on past history with your mother giving them back?
Your Honor, objection is leaving.
Stand.
Well, was it your understanding, your dad didn't go into court and say, hey, I want to get rid of Danny and Red, did he?
No.
Your Honor, I object as leaving, and it calls for conclusion.
Stand.
Was the discussions that you had with him about giving your mother custody, was that following the motion that she had filed for custody?
Yes, there was supposed to be a custody hearing coming up.
Counsel asked you some questions about your dad driving a Corvette. This was after your mom and dad had separated, is that correct?
Yes.
Several years after they'd separated?
Well, he got a new car sometime later. I don't know what year he got the new car. But yeah, he had the Corvette for a while.
And she was angry about the fact that he was driving a Corvette?
Yes.
Was it, did she wanted to dictate what car he drove?
Yes. She wanted him to get a family car.
Did he ultimately buy a sedan, a Jag sedan?
Yes.
Did the fact that she didn't like that he wasn't driving a family car, did that have anything to do as far as your conversations with her about why she killed him on November 5th, 1989?
No.
Did you or Danny or Red or Lee ever go without food at your dad's house?
No.
Is there any substance to that?
No, there was always food at Dad's house. There wasn't always a particular kind of snack food that we wanted after school, but there was food and there was snacks. That's the only thing I can think of that there wouldn't have been. I'm sorry. There's meals on the table every night. There's breakfast food. It's the only thing I could think of that anyone would have complained about was their choice of snack food.
in fact, was one of the jobs of the housekeepers who worked for you to cook the meal, the evening meal.
Yes, and they usually went grocery shopping, and we were supposed to tell them what we wanted.
And the business about you charging food on your mother's account in La Jolla, did that have anything to do with your dad? Did your dad tell you to go charge food on your mom's account?
No. No, that was of my own free will. And we didn't buy groceries. It was just snacks and stuff when we'd be in La Jolla.
Now, Christmas, you were asked a question about Christmas of 1985 and going skiing with your father.
Yes.
Were you aware of whether or not your dad had offered to let your mother have the kids that Christmas?
I don't remember. Too long ago.
Do you know whether when she found out that your dad and Linda were going skiing, that she said no? She wouldn't take the kids?
I don't remember.
When you were asked some question about whether your mother ever had any money to go skiing, your mother went skiing herself after the separation several times, didn't she?
Yes.
She went to Keystone, she went to Park City, she went to Deer Valley, several different trips. Is that correct?
Yes.
And she took the kids too, right?
On one occasion to Keystone, she took Lee, Danny, and Red. She took Lee and I to Deer Valley twice. And I don't know about any other times.
So is it fair to say if she wanted to go skiing, she had money to do it?
Yes.
You were asked some questions about a statement that you had earlier made when you were asked whether or not your mother was a good mom. And you weren't allowed to give the complete statement there. Is it not true that you also, in answer to that question, said, no, she's too obsessed with hating my dad? I mean, whenever they're over there, that's all she talks about?
Yes.
And did you also relay that same feeling back in January of 1989 to the judge during the divorce trial?
Yes.
So that wasn't something that just you thought about after your dad and Linda were killed?
No.
You felt that, in fact, did you tell the judge that your mom was doing irrational things, she had a very bad temper, and she was obsessed with hating your dad and Linda?
Your Honor, objection, lady.
Sustained.
Do you recall making statements to that effect to a judge?
Yes. When my sister and brothers and I went to talk to a judge in one of the custody hearings in his chambers, and we each talked to him together and we talked to him separately. I believe I told him those statements when I talked to him separately.
Your dad did have some disagreements, problems with your sister Lee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Had your sister Lee been caught doing drugs?
She got caught with drugs at school, and then from then on, there were lots of problems.
Did she drop out of school?
Yes, she did.
And were those things that your dad was concerned about?
Yes.
Right before his death, or shortly before his death, were things getting better between your dad and Lee, as far as you recall?
Your Honor, objection. Call for conclusion, speculation.
Overall, it's an opinion of lay witness, and you can answer that.
Well, we all went to Hawaii the summer before Dad died together, so that was an improvement. And
Had Lee gotten her GED?
yeah, she got a high school equivalency sometime that year. And then we all went to Hawaii together, and we all spent her birthday night together. So those seem to be improvements.
And on this incident when your mother drove the car through your dad's door at Cypress, you mentioned that she said something about coral reef and that it's actually I think counsel said it was the only asset that she had her name on it, but something about the fact that that there was nothing left in the world without her name on it, something like that.
No, she just said I have nothing left. She did not say those two together, I don't think.
But if she was suggesting that she had nothing left after Coral Reef was sold, that would have, is it fair to say that would have been a tremendous exaggeration?
Your Honor, objection. It calls for speculation and conclusion.
Stan, just argumentative.
Were you aware that she had her name on the Calle de Cielo house?
No, I don't know about her name on anything.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that that was that he had sold the only property with her name on it out from underneath her?
No.
And you also indicated that your mother had a fair amount of papers and things in her house, boxes of stuff.
Right.
Was that just legal documents, or were there newspapers, magazines, articles, a lot of that?
All kinds of stuff.
Those are things that she kept, right? She kept everything.
Right.
Didn't throw any of that away.
She collected catalogs and newspaper clippings and magazines and legal documents and lots of stuff.
And she made copies of a lot of stuff too.
Yes.
That's why she had her own Xerox machine.
Right.
I have no further questions.
Recross?
You had some problems, you had to talk your father into having Lee go to Hawaii, didn't you?
Well, both of us. He had originally invited all four of us, and then he had decided that Lee and I shouldn't go anymore because I had a job and Lee was working. Lee was working at Chuck's at the time, so we decided both of us weren't going to go, and then I talked him into having both of us go.
Well, wasn't there a time where Lee wasn't gonna go and you went and interceded? It wasn't a question about both of you, it was a question about Lee. Or was it always a package deal? Lee only went if you went.
Well, he said both of us weren't going to go, and then I talked to him and both of us went.
There was never a time that Lee was upset because she was not.
I had told her that Dad had said that about both of us. It wasn't just Lee.
There was a time where Lee was upset because she wanted to go different than you, right?
I don't understand what you mean. We both wanted to go.
And your dad said neither one of you are going?
He invited us, and then he never said to us both of us aren't going. He just kind of never talked to us about it again. And then I talked to Linda, and Linda said, "Oh well, you both have work and school, and oh no, it's just both of us had work." And then I talked to him, and then I told him both of us still wanted to go, and he couldn't invite us.
You were the one that introduced Lee to drugs, weren't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You want to make an offer proof why it's relevant since it went into it.
Make that at the recess.
Lee was upset about her treatment because of drug use and you being treated different, wasn't she?
Lee was upset because of her relationship with Mom and Dad.
You indicated that the only reasons you knew that your father deducted money from your mother was because of vandalism, is that correct?
No.
Objection, that misstates the evidence.
Well, that was one of the reasons.
That was one of a few reasons.
Now, were you aware that the court ordered, do you know when your father made the deductions?
When he was going to give her check. Then I believe he sent a attachment to it saying what the deductions were for.
Were you aware of any deductions in 1985?
I don't know the years of any deductions. I don't know.
Were you aware that the system of deductions started in September of 1986?
I'm not aware of when the deduction system started.
But you are aware that the system of deductions was partially because of vandalism, is that correct, and the pay for it?
It was for a bunch of different things.
But that was one of them.
Right.
The car incident happened in beginning of 1986 in February, is that correct? Or
I'm
March?
not sure.
It was February, March of 1986.
I don't know. Yeah, I guess.
You had just moved into the Cypress home, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, we have the car incident after you moved into the Cypress home. What was the next act of vandalism that your mother committed?
I don't know.
Think about it.
The vandalism was mostly at Coral Reef. I don't really remember any of the vandalism.
So there was some things that happened, and the last thing that you remember happening is February, March of 1986. Do you remember anything happening after the car in 1986?
You're speaking of vandalism? No, I don't remember anything else.
Do you remember anything happening in all of 1987 as far as vandalism?
Don't remember anything else of vandalism other than the picture.
Okay. So the next thing you remember after the incident in 1986, the last incident that you remembered was in May of 1989. Is that correct?
Yeah, she did do something to his car, somewhere in between those two times. She ripped off the antenna and threw a rock at it. That might be called vandalism.
Did you see her do that?
Saw her rip the thing off the antenna, yeah.
Okay, and when was that?
Somewhere in between those times. I really don't know. Sometime when Dad came to get us.
And the incident before, in 1985, when there was the incidents of throwing the pie and the spray painting, can you relate when those happened? Were those happened in December of 1985, October?
I have no idea.
Do you remember anything happening in December of 1985?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember anything that happened. Pretty much the dates longer than 2 years ago.
You indicated that the only reason that Rhett would say anything about your dad being mean was because your mother liked to hear it, about your father being mean, hurting him. Isn't that right? Remember that?
About hurting him or about hurting him?
About pushing him down the stairs.
That particular incident, I don't believe Dad really did that. I think he just told Mom that because she wanted to hear it.
And Rhett got in trouble with that from your dad, isn't that right? For saying that to your mother?
For telling her things that weren't true.
Did Rhett tell the judge about getting thrown into the wall by your father because the judge liked to hear those things?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of personal knowledge.
Same.
Well, you didn't have personal knowledge about the stairs, did you?
Objection, argument.
Sustained.
Did you ever find out that the boys were telling the judge about things because they thought the judge liked to hear things, about lack of food in the house?
Objection, assumes facts not evidence.
Sustained.
I'm asking if she heard, if she had some personal knowledge about that.
Anything, she clearly wouldn't have any personal knowledge about that, Mr. Early. If this took place between the kids and the judge in private, it's not relevant to these proceedings. It had to do with the child custody.
Now, the MG, when you were asked about that at the trial, you remember, the prior trial, do you remember indicating that your mother bought you a car, after there was problems with the MG?
No, I don't remember indicating that. Problems with MG were basically when we had the big problems, it would stop. The engine would just go off on the freeway. That was when I came back from college, the summer. I didn't have my license until right before Mom got me the car. So if there were problems with MG, that must have been was late. But she had her own car too, so.
Did you have problems with the MG?
Once I got back from college.
Didn't you say that, and you've never had, there was never a reason that your mother bought you've never testified when you were asked about the MG, that's why your mother bought you a car? It's not what you testified to?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I think the question's unintelligible.
Well, if you're referring to a particular page, Mr. Early, if you'd state
Page 367.
the line numbers.
The whole page, 1 through 28.
All right. And this is from which transcript?
This is from the trial transcript. The last trial, I believe, would be October 24th.
Okay, go ahead.
Would you read that page to yourself?
Okay.
Have one. Do you have an opportunity to read that page?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you were asked a question about, did your father have a Corvette at the house? Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was, I didn't put, there was no, yes was your answer, not words put in your mouth, right?
My dad had a Corvette.
Yes.
Yes.
And the next question, was there a time that you had for your access to drive at your father's house? Was there a time that you had a car for your access to drive at your father's house? And your answer was an MG.
Yes.
And did you talk to him about the safety of the MG and it breaking down?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated that your father didn't believe that. The question was, and your father didn't believe that, did he? And you answered no.
Okay.
Okay, and the next question was, is you went to your mother to get a car because your father would be angry at you if you didn't make do with that one. And you indicated he might have been angry at me. You didn't say, I didn't ask.
Argumentative.
Sustained. What she didn't say is argumentative.
And your father didn't believe that, did he? He said, you might have been angry at me. Is that correct?
Objection. The question's unintelligible.
Overall, you can answer that.
Did I say that? Yes.
He said when you graduate for college, you were supposed to, until you graduated from college, you were supposed to use the MG. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the next question, okay, so your mother brought you a car, answer yes.
We're not going to object to these questions. There's nothing inconsistent with what she says.
There isn't so far. I don't know what he's getting to, so overall, go ahead.
The district attorney asked you a number of questions, remember, about what your mother did not say on the tape? The argumentative questions about what they did not say
Objection,
anything?
Your Honor.
Those objections were sustained, Mr. Irwin. Your objections to those questions were sustained.
Did How did you know that your father was making voluntary payments?
Because my mom and my dad both told me that.
And do you know the, how much those payments were?
$9,000.
And do you know how much was being deducted for all the expenses? Houses, insurance, cars, credit cards?
Deducted from the $9,000?
Yes.
No. I just knew that figure.
The, you indicated that, at some point in time, you thought that both your mother and father were playing games with the Visitation.
Objection, Your Honor, that's beyond scope.
Sustained.
Well,
There was no testimony on redirect regarding visitation.
I beg to differ, Your Honor. There was a letter that was shown to her. I thought that was,
She said she didn't recognize, never seen before.
and there was questions about visitation before the letter.
That was foundational for the letter that she said she did not recognize and she'd never seen before.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Certainly.
The, during the time that your mother was living at the rental house, was your, and your father left, was there a number of things that were going on that were upsetting the household?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond scope of redirect.
Who ruled against that?
I don't know.
I also object as to the
No. Sustained. Pin it down as the time, Mr. Irwin.
Should I go by day, Your Honor? I said after your father left in the rental home. That's a 2-month, 3-month period. I can go from day to day.
You don't have to go from day to day, just pin it down to what time frame, what year are you talking about?
Okay.
When your father lived in the rental home, what year that was?
In 1985, after February 28th, when your father left the rental home, was there a number of problems that were, that the family was having?
Yes,
Okay, children were fighting,
just like always, so.
no more than usual?
Nope.
Your mother wasn't any more upset than usual?
Mom was more upset than usual, but we were all fighting. As much as always.
Was there any thing being mentioned about money or where money was coming from or how they were going to live?
Yes, Mom was worried about that.
Was and you say that it's usual in La Jolla to have rats running across people in the house. That's a fairly usual occurrence.
objection, Your Honor, that misstates the offense.
Sustained.
Well, you indicated that rats in La Jolla are fairly usual down at that part. Is that correct?
There are rats down there in the house. It's not crawling across people.
Okay. Well, do you remember indicating that there was times where the rats were crawling up on the furniture or beds?
No. I said, you asked me about that, and I said no rats ever crawled over me.
Okay.
I don't know of any rats crawling over people. There are rats down there, I know, in the shores area, and we had rats at our house.
But in your mind, that was the same problem that everyone was having in La Jolla Shores.
I don't know about everyone, but I know that our house wasn't the only house with rats.
There were times you indicated where your mother would not pick up the children when she was supposed to? Or do you remember that? Or did that happen?
From school, you mean? I think most of the time she picked them up from school when she was supposed to pick them up.
At your father's house when there was when she was supposed to, when she was allowed to, would she come and pick them up?
No, when she would visit them on the weekend, she usually picked them up from school.
Okay. But were there times where she was supposed to come over to the house and pick them up and she just wouldn't show up?
No, by that point, it was usually pretty final. I mean, if they thought she was coming over, she usually came over by then. If there was any cancellation, it would have been right before that.
And the messages on the machine, did they start pretty much as soon as you moved into, did they start before you moved into Cypress?
Yes, they started at Coral Reef.
And they were a big deal in the family. I mean, they caused a lot of uproar.
Yes, they did.
I have no further questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess till 3 o'clock.
Just before you, I have a director
Oh, you don't?
on council, you can excuse her.
Hold off for just a minute. Any objection to being excused?
Subject to recall.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am, for your such step down.
Thank you.
I understand that the people want to call a witness out of order at this time,
That's correct, Your Honor. Daniel Jaffe.
and the defense has no objection to that. At this time, we're going to interrupt the cross-examination of Miss Kim Broderick, and the people are going to call Mr. Jaffe out of order. He has a scheduling problem, and he's only available to us this afternoon. Raise your right hand and be sworn, sir.
You do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in the matter not pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Could you please have a seat? And could you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Daniel, initial J, Jaffe, Jaffe.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Jaffe, how do you make your living?
I'm a lawyer.
What kind of lawyer?
I'm a family lawyer.
What is being a family lawyer, what does that consist of, primarily?
Practice is exclusively divorce work.
Are you local here in town?
No, I'm from Beverly Hills.
And can you tell us a little bit about your practice, how long you've been involved in that practice and what sort of work you do?
I've been a lawyer since 1962. I've practiced family law exclusively since 1967. We have a 8-lawyer firm at the present time. The whole firm handles only family law matters.
Are you fairly well known as a family law practitioner in the Los Angeles, Southern California, that indeed the whole state of California?
Yes, I believe so. I'm very active in most local, state, and national family law organizations.
Calling your attention back to October of 1985, did you undertake representation of the defendant in this matter?
There was a retainer agreement signed in October of 1985.
And for the record, the person that you represented or had the retainer agreement with, is she present in court today?
Yes, it was Betty Broderick.
She's the lady seated at the council table to the extreme, as you sit the left-hand side
far
of the
left.
program?
Yes.
May the record so reflect, Your Honor?
Record may reflect as identified the defendant, yes.
Thank you. In October of 85, after that day, did you then enter into the negotiation with Dan Broderick's attorney, Thomas Ashworth, for the sale of the family residence at Coral Reef?
Yes, that occurred in January of 1986.
And in that month that you come down to San Diego for purposes of negotiating the sale price with Daniel Broderick and his lawyer, Thomas Ashworth, on the defendant's behalf.
Not necessarily the sales price of the residence, but how the monies from the sale of the residence would be divided between Mr. and Mrs. Broderick.
Tell us how that was accomplished, to the extent that it was.
I had written to Mr. Ashworth, I think at the end of 1985. Ms. Broderick had some concerns in the issue of, there was a buyer for the house at that point. Ms. Broderick had some concerns that when Dan Broderick had occupied the residence, I think after she vacated it, that certain things were done to the residence by Mr. Broderick in terms of decorating and landscaping and all, which he thought depreciated the value of the residence. And she wanted additional monies out of the residence when it's sold.
Normally, when a family residence such as Coral Reef is sold, what is the split between the husband and the wife who are divorcing?
No objection, call.
Professional witness, Your Honor.
Overruled. You can answer that.
If all of the assets are going to be divided equally under California community property law, if it was community property is to be divided exactly equally. But sometimes one party gets the house and the other party will get something of equal value. So there's no tried and true formula.
But in terms of the money that comes out of the house, is it fair to say, since it's a community asset, that each party will share equally in that amount?
Yes, but we may not divide those exact dollars.
That would be because certain monies might be offset against other expenses, that sort of thing?
Yes, other expenses or other assets.
But in terms of the ultimate value received by each party, the husband and the wife, be it in cash in hand or offsets against other things they may owe the other spouse, would it be an equal split from the sale price?
Yes, if it's community property, each party is entitled to one half of the property.
Did you meet with Mr. Ashworth at his office to negotiate this particular sale?
Yes,
Did the defendant come with you?
she did.
You flew down from Beverly Hills to accomplish this
Yes. Betty, she picked me up
at the airport?
yes.
And what was the plan in terms of people present at the negotiation? Who was going to be there?
Well, we had originally planned for a four-way meeting between the Mr. Ashworth, myself, and the Brodericks
At Mr. Ashworth's office?
at Mr. Ashworth's office.
When you and the defendant arrived at Mr. Ashworth's office, what took place?
Well, she did not want to come up and attend the meeting, so she, I think, had a truck or a van or a similar type of vehicle. She sat out in front of Mr. Ashworth's office in the car.
Did the defendant say why she wanted to do that?
She didn't want to be in Mr. Broderick's presence.
Did you then go up to Attorney Ashworth's office and negotiate a division of the sale proceeds on the defendant's behalf?
Yes.
Tell us how that came about.
No objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor.
Let's rephrase it.
Did you go up and enter into a negotiation for the split of the sale price of Coral Reef with Attorney Ashworth and Dan Broderick?
I did.
And did you reach an agreement?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
The agreement was that the house would be sold. The proceeds would be equally divided between Mr. and Mrs. Broderick, but from Mr. Broderick's share of the proceeds, Mrs. Broderick would get an additional $18,500. And of that $18,500, $7,500 of that was an admission by Dan Broderick, so to speak, that she was entitled to that amount of money. And the additional $11,500 was going to remain open for further determination in the court proceeding or settlement. But she was to get one half plus 18.5.
Is that a rather unusual set of circumstances in the sale of a family asset like this?
Your Honor, objection.
Sustained.
Did you take that agreement down to the defendant as she sat in her Suburban?
Yes, I had gone up and down to her, to the office a couple of times, as I recall, bringing back her desires to the negotiation table. And I thought we had an agreement. Mr. Ashworth's office, before I left, had typed up an agreement. I signed it. Mr. Ashworth signed it. I don't know if Mr. Broderick had signed it at that time. And I brought that agreement down to Mrs. Broderick for signature.
Did you tell the defendant that all the other parties were agreeing to this particular arrangement, that she would get half plus $18,500 out of Daniel's 1/2 share?
Yes.
And was this an amount the defendant had earlier told you that she wanted?
It was close.
How close?
I think her original claim was for half of $41,000 or $42,000.
And what does that translate?
There was, as I just looked at the correspondence, there was a claim that Mr. Broderick had put $40,000 or $42,000 into the house of community funds or insurance proceeds and community funds, which Mrs. Broderick did not think benefited the property by that amount. And that was the whole purpose of the unequal division. It was due to her claim that Mr. Broderick had improperly used the community funds on the house. And if they were community funds, they were improperly used. And assuming that were the fact that they were improperly used, then he used up half of her $40,000 or $42,000 improperly. So she'd be entitled to that $20,000 or $21,000 back. And we got $18,500 of that amount.
So we're talking about $2,500 difference between what she wanted and what you had ultimately been able to negotiate for her.
Close.
And when you came back with this agreed upon amount from the other parties, what did the defendant tell you?
Well, she wanted to think about it. She wasn't ready to sign it at that point.
What happened next?
I advised her that because this is the type of asset, nobody was going to be living in the residence, that it was just subject to depreciation, that Mr. Ashworth had advised me that unless there was an agreement, that he would go into court and get a court order to sell. I forgot the address, the name of the property.
5555 Coral Reef.
The Coral Reef property. And advised Betty that would be the probable result of this type of an asset if she didn't go along with this division.
Did you tell the defendant why Mr. Ashworth would be entitled to go into the court and get this sale order to sell Coral Reef?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
That Mr. Broderick had bought another residence and was about, or had vacated or was about to vacate the Coral Reef residence. That she had a new residence, and this was the former family residence. It was just going to be standing empty. And this is the type of thing that there's no reason to pay mortgage payments and upkeep and maintenance on these kind of assets, and empty houses are problems. That a court would likely treat this as a depreciating type asset and order the property sold as long as no one was living in it.
So you told the defendant essentially that Dan and his lawyer would be entitled to sell the house.
Yes, and that they were going to so move, because that's what they advised me.
In the course of your professional practice, have you seen this done before many times?
Not often, but it's certainly done with an asset that there's no reason not to sell.
Can you tell us whether or not Attorney Ashworth and Daniel Broderick were cooperative and reasonable in the negotiations with you on this particular sale price?
Your Honor, objection, irrelevant.
Overruled, you can answer that.
I thought very much so. They didn't want to fight over the issue. They reserved the fight of the $11,000 to a later date, but they were willing to give the monies out at this time.
So the defendant would have gotten that money as soon as the house was sold?
Yes.
After the defendant told you that she wanted to wait a while, what happened then?
I gave her my advice. She took me back to the airport. I went back to Los Angeles.
And your advice was essentially to accept the offer
Sign it.
as reasonable?
Yes.
Did the defendant ever get back to you after she drove you to the airport about either accepting or outrightly rejecting the offer that was extended?
No.
Calling your attention now to February 4th, 1989. Did Attorney Tom Ashworth called you at approximately 10 a.m. on that day about the anticipated court order sale of the Broderick residence?
I don't have any independent recollection of that other than the declaration he filed.
And you,
I don't recall.
would you, there is a declaration though that you reviewed that says that he did do that?
Yes.
If, would you have any reason to dispute the accuracy of that
Your
declaration?
Honor, objection calls for complete speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any recollection that you did not receive a phone call?
No.
Assuming that you were told that the house was going to be sold pursuant to a court order, would you have come down?
No.
Why not?
The objection calls for conclusion of speculation.
Overruled.
Because there was just really no reason to waste anybody's time or money. I thought it was an appropriate order. I thought we had a reasonable deal, and there was no reason to turn it around and then come down and oppose the deal that I had made a few days before.
And that is, you advised the defendant that Daniel Broderick was entitled to sell the house at that time pursuant to a court order.
If the court so ordered.
Do you recall during the time that you had contact with the defendant ever advising her in the area of child custody?
Yes, early on.
What did you advise the defendant?
Well, at that point,
Objection irrelevant.
Your Honor, I believe that there.
Sustained at this point. Go ahead. You believe what?
Well, maybe we need a brief sidebar at this point, Your Honor.
Was this an anticipation?
Yes.
Anticipation of something she might say?
Or has said in the past it would be admissible as an initial party opponent.
Do you want it in subject to a motion to strike later, Mr. Early?
Well, I would just object to it at this time, Your Honor.
At this time, sustained.
Well, may I ask it subject to a motion to strike if the other evidence is not forthcoming? To avoid calling the witness back down.
Well, there's been objections as to others. It appears the witness is going to have to come down anyways.
I don't, no, and this is a rather peripheral area anyway, Mr. Burkoff, so no, I won't allow you to do that.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Mr. Jaffe, you went in and you've talked about that while some assets you divided property in half, there's times that you don't divide it in half right upon the sale. Isn't that correct?
yes.
Okay. And sometimes that's, and you don't always do that as an attorney, do you? Just say, you want to sell an asset, we'll take half and you'll take half?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no,
Depends on the case, is that correct?
of course.
And obviously, if you have a case where somebody might have assets hidden all over the case, all over the land, that might make it so you'd be a little leery about selling one asset that had both names on it, wouldn't it?
Judge, assumes that's not in evidence.
No, sustained, just rephrase it.
Okay. Well, sir, in this case, were you aware that this was the only asset, family asset, that was in the name of both parties?
With my involvement in the case, as long as I was involved in the case, I did not have a complete picture of what the community estate was, nor did I ever develop a complete understanding because of
Did you ever?
because of the way I was in the case.
Okay. Well, did you ever talk to Mrs. Broderick about fears she had about assets that were being transferred to Larry Broderick before the divorce?
Yes.
Overruled, answer stand.
Had Obviously, were you aware that through community assets that Mr. Broderick had brought Linda Coquina while they were living together a condominium?
Objection, I'll prove that.
Sustained.
Well, at the time that you were going there saying that this was a reasonable thing to do, did you know that at that point in time that there was a 40 acres in Telluride that Mrs. Broderick's name was not on?
I
Objection,
don't,
excuse me, objection also had something to do with the negotiation of the sale of this particular piece of property.
Sustained.
You are not being heard on that? May I?
No, just that he didn't know about that. He told you that already.
Well, he testified as an expert as you let him ask the question over what's reasonable and not. I
It's
think
reasonable after the sale of that piece of property, asking questions about the sale of the piece of property.
To know what is reasonable about a sale of a piece of property it would help you as an attorney to know whether there were other assets that may be hidden. Isn't that correct?
I don't know what the relevance of that would be.
Well, obviously, when people have a number of assets and very few of them have their names on it, would you normally have a concern about selling the one asset with the name, with your client's name on it, without addressing the others?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overall, you can answer that.
The issue would be, what would happen with Dan Broderick's half of the equity less the 18.5?
Was all the money going to go into trust under your agreement, or were they each going to take their half?
They were going to take their half with Mrs. Broderick getting the additional 18.5.
Did Ms. Broderick talk to you about renting that house? Or do you recall that conversation?
I don't recall the issue of the money coming out. She needed the money to fix up the house that she was in. And that's primarily where we were going and what the money we were looking for to help her with her new house.
Do you remember talking at all about whether the house could be rented or rather?
I don't recall that at all.
Did you ever discuss whether the rents would cover the mortgage payments?
I don't recall it.
The time that you indicated that the house could be sold in a court order, what did you tell her about a court order? Did you tell her that they could go into court and get the house sold?
On an appropriate showing that this was a depreciating or a wasting asset, that they could go into court and get such an order.
Okay. You didn't go into the details of how that court order, what would happen in court, other than the fact on a proper showing, did you?
No.
You didn't use the term elizer, did you?
No.
You didn't tell her there would be a 4-hour notice, did you?
No.
You didn't tell her that you wouldn't come down for that 4-hour notice, did you?
No.
You didn't tell her that if they could leave, you weren't retained, were you? On the case at that time, I mean, you hadn't received any money.
I hadn't received any money.
And you let Mr. Ashworth know that you hadn't received any money, you were doing this as a favor, didn't you? I mean, basically, you weren't the attorney of record.
I never became the attorney of record in this case.
And he knew that.
Correct.
Okay. And so he knew at the time from your conversations that when he made, or at least at the time of the 4-hour sale, there was no indication at all that you were representing Mrs. Broderick, was there?
Well, other than the fact that I came down and negotiated the deal for her a few days earlier.
Well, during that negotiation, you talked to him about the fact that you had requested a retainer, hadn't you?
I don't know if it occurred during that meeting, but I certainly had mentioned it earlier.
And you were never forwarded a retainer, were you?
No.
And you talked to Mrs. Broderick that is at least a common thing that happens, decide whether the money retains the other attorney, and then it's decided later on in the divorce.
Well, the retainer agreement that she signed called for a retainer, which was never paid.
Okay. But you talked to her about the fact that the normal course is for the husband to pay the retainer, and then the court decides some point later as to who's going to pay it.
I don't think there's a normal course, but where you have someone making significant income. Or there was some significant amounts of community properties in the bank, cash. Those are normally first used for the payment of fees, and if there's no money available, then you go to the high earner
Okay, and you told her that you would be able to get that money from Mr. Broderick. It was your belief anyways.
I thought I would be able to.
And that was not forthcoming at the time of this, was it?
Not on a voluntary basis.
And at the time of the sale of this negotiation, there was talk about your fee coming out of the Coral Reef proceeds, wasn't there?
I don't recall, but it would have been an appropriate subject of conversation.
You don't remember calling Mrs. Broderick about the 4-hour notice, do you?
I don't recall one way or the other.
Okay, well, you keep, obviously, a 4-hour sale of a community asset of this amount is it's a fairly substantial transaction for a party, is it not?
Depends on the circumstances.
Did you make any note of calling Mrs. Broderick? Did you call her, told her about it?
I did not find any notes among my notes.
Okay, and did you find any notes at all that, did you find among your notes any note that you had talked to Mr. Ashworth?
No.
And I take it you have no recollection of telling Mr. Ashworth, I'm not attorney of record, or calling him back saying, I'm not attorney of record, this is not my matter.
No, that I wouldn't have done. That I wouldn't have done.
Now, I'm assuming that, and a 4-hour notice means that if he calls your office at 1:30 in the afternoon and leaves a message, whether you get it or not, the hearing can take place that day, does it not?
Objection, as soon as the fact's not in evidence. Overruled. Is that what it means?
It can.
And I take it that being in Beverly Hills, even under the best circumstance, it's almost impossible for you to get from Beverly Hills in the afternoon going through Los Angeles down to San Diego in 4 hours, is it not?
No, if you were serious about the 4 hours, yes, it would be very difficult.
You weren't called the day before, were you, about that? No recollection?
I don't have any recollection.
No recollection of being called that morning to be given notice?
No, I have no independent recollection.
And you don't have any recollection of talking to Mrs. Broderick where she had any reaction at all, is that correct? To a 4-hour notice?
Not to the 4-hour notice. I recall her reaction when I first mentioned it to her, but not in connection with the 4-hour notice.
Now, there was time, she expressed some reluctance about selling a house at some point, didn't she? I mean, at least she threw up, she had some reluctance and kept throwing up different roadblocks.
Oh, obviously. She wouldn't sign the stipulation.
Did she tell you at any time that at least that was the family home?
She did.
And that it was very difficult for her to sell the family home where the children were raised?
I'm sure she mentioned that early on.
You indicated that there was $18,500 that was agreed upon, but the issue was reserved. In other words, you didn't get half of the insurance money because Mr. Broderick said, well, I'll only give it to you now, but I'm going to fight for it later in court.
The stipulation, as I recall reading it, said $7,500, which would be half of $15,000, would be finished, and we'd fight over the other 11 or 11,000, I guess it would, at a later date.
Had you had any knowledge of previous offers on the home 2 or 3 years earlier than that as to potential sale prices?
No.
Objection irrelevant.
Overruled, the answer stands.
Did you make any attempt to find out whether it appeared to be a reasonable price?
Nothing other than my conversations with Mrs. Broderick.
Did she show you any agreements from 2 years earlier showing a sale price that was turned down by Mr. Broderick for any amount, for the same amount?
That sounds familiar.
And did she at least give some indication that she had some suspicion about the sale?
I don't recall that. Suspicion in terms of that it wasn't an arm's length transaction, or there was some buyer put up by Mr. Broderick or something like that?
Was there any of that?
No, I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. And anything about why the price or who it was or what was going on with the home, why it was being sold then?
No, there was an offer that came in, I think the month before in December. We had a significant amount of correspondence concerning that offer. That was a month or 6 weeks before the meeting.
I know the request.
Good direct.
Did this offer, what was it, 2 or 3 weeks before you were talking about?
It was early December of 1985.
And that offer fell through as well?
That offer fell through
Why was that?
because Mrs. Broderick wouldn't agree to the sale.
The defendant wouldn't agree to the sale?
Yeah.
Your Honor, I have 2 documents here. One is People's Proposed Exhibits, strike that, a 3-page letter on Jaffe and Clemens letterhead, signed January 9th, 1986. Would that be labeled People's Exhibit 48?
So marked.
And another 2-page document on Jaffe and Clemens letterhead entitled Authority to Represent and Fee and Cost Agreement, dated on page 2, October 29, 1985. Would that be labeled People's Exhibit 49?
So marked.
Now, I will show you People's Exhibit 48. Are you familiar with that document, sir?
Yes.
There's some highlight on the first page that I assume was not on the document when it was executed.
Yes, that's correct. Nor was the January 13, 1986 on the document.
Okay, and for the record, you're talking about a date stamp up in the upper right-hand corner of the first page.
Yes.
What is that document?
It's a letter I wrote to Mr. Ashworth. Setting forth Mrs. Broderick's reasons for not wanting to sell the Coral Reef property. The $47,000 of alleged community funds that went into the property. That he was going to be charged with the $47,000.
Who's going to be charged?
Mr. Broderick, that's what we were asking for.
No, I have an objection to reading the letter.
It's going to go into evidence, Your Honor.
Best evidence speaks for itself unless you want to ask him a question from him.
Okay. Was this letter written before or after the aborted negotiations where the defendants refused to agree?
I think that meeting was January 31st, so this is 2 or 3 weeks earlier than that.
And this letter, does it not, shows clearly Mrs. Broderick's position that she's entitled to 1/2 of the
sale of the residence plus an additional $23,500 out of Daniel Broderick's
Your Honor,
half.
I'm still going to object to it. It's irrelevant what his correspondence with Mr. Ashworth was.
It's not a big overrule.
Well,
It's not
yes.
relevant.
That there was $47,000 of community funds not well spent on the residence.
And that would translate to the defendant's.
Half of that she would be entitled to $23,500.
So in this letter, you are demanding on her behalf that she get half the proceeds plus $23,500.
Actually, I asked for the whole $47,000, and that would come out in the equalizing payment later. And there's a whole provision here as to what would happen at trial, that this was without prejudice, et cetera.
Can you tell us, though, what that letter states and so far as the defendant's demand prior to the negotiation for that sale?
Object, best evidence.
No, best evidence has not been entered. Your Honor, he wrote the letter and I think he should have testified the demand was for half the proceeds plus $47,000.
That's what it says.
Okay, then it's asked and answered. Is this letter the result of your conversation with the defendant? These were her personal demands?
Yes.
Did she ever say that she wouldn't part with the Coral Reef residence because it was a family residence?
No, it's not reflected in this letter.
In fact, she wasn't living in Coral Reef at that time, was she?
No, she was living in what she had complained was an uninhabitable piece of property.
That was the La Jolla Shores Calle de Cielo residence?
Yes.
And did she ever say that she was going to go back to the Coral Reef residence? She wished to go back and live there?
No, that was never an issue.
Now, I handed you People's Exhibit 49. Are you familiar with that two-page document?
This was our standard retainer agreement that we used by the office in '85.
And who was retaining you in that particular document?
Mrs. Broderick,
Did she sign that document?
she did.
And when you negotiated the sale price of the Coral Reef residence, you were acting as her legal representative in that transaction?
This retainer agreement said that $10,000 was payable concurrently with the acceptance of this agreement. It was never paid. So I was not here. I was in a funny position. I'd never gotten the retainer, which had been agreed upon, but I was acting for Mrs. Broderick. And as the letter indicated, I was foot dragging, hoping that somebody from San Diego County would get involved in the case because it's very expensive to travel from Los Angeles down to San Diego, et cetera, et cetera.
But I assume you weren't acting as a disinterested party in these negotiations. You were trying to act in her best interest. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And in terms of the payment of your retainer, it's correct that the defendant would receive, if she had agreed to that sale of the house, half the sale price of $375,000,
I think it was 3 1/4,
$325,000,
less whatever mortgage existed against the property, less sales costs.
and also the $18,500.
She would get the additional 18,500.
And it was your expectation that the defendant then would have given you your $10,000 retainer out of those proceeds that she would have had?
I didn't have an expectation. I expected it, in this case, from someone.
Assuming that Daniel Broderick did not pay your retainer, are there other ways that you normally can get your retainer paid in these situations?
Yes, you can seek a court order for the payment of fees and costs
Have you done that in the past
many times,
and been successful?
many times.
And that merely means the court goes into the community assets and takes community assets and pays you.
Or the higher earning spouse is ordered to pay, or sometimes the lower earnings. Well, no, you can't get a fee order against your own client under the law, but you can get an order against the other side.
So either one of the spouses pays you or it comes out of the community assets. Is that fair to say?
Normally.
And later when the divorce judgment is rendered, the court sorts it out and makes sure that the appropriate party is ultimately charged for your fee. Is that correct?
Sometimes, if it's paid from the community, it's normally done without prejudice to a court making a later allocation. If the other party is ordered to make that payment at an early hearing, no, then that's the order. It doesn't get resorted later.
In either event, those two possibilities could have happened in this case.
Yes.
On the sale of the house, I take it the reason you came down is that there was no way to stop the sale. Would that be correct?
I didn't think so.
That was because it was a reasonable sale?
Your Honor, objection, he doesn't even know if he got notice.
Your Honor, the defense attorney was on in this area.
Sustained, that's the last question on it. Go ahead.
Do you know the reputation of Daniel's attorney at that time, Thomas Ashworth?
Yes.
What is that reputation?
I've known him for a long time. He was one of the top family lawyers in San Diego.
What about his integrity?
I think it's, and that's when I say, would he have given me more time on the 4 hours? If I'd called him, I think he would have. We worked well together on a lot of other things. There were other proceedings pending. There was a contempt before I wrote this letter that he indicated if we resolved certain things, it would go away. So I had no trouble working with Tom Ashworth.
Or for that matter, the sale of the house as it was accomplished?
I'm sorry, I didn't know anything about the fact that the house was ultimately ordered sold, that there was a court order, or that the house was sold until much later.
But you're not saying that, as a matter of fact, that Attorney Ashworth did not call you, just don't have any recollection of that?
I just don't have any recollection. I get many calls every day. That's nothing I would remember.
And assuming it was sold on that day, you didn't see that as an unreasonable procedure?
No, because I thought we had it resolved when I was down there.
Thank you, nothing further. Free cross.
Sir, would it change your opinion about Judge Ashworth if you knew that he was sued?
Objection, Your Honor, he's not making any.
He asked an opinion about the man's
Your Honor,
reputation.
may we approach sidebar?
Yes, come on up.
Yeah, you aware that Mr. Ashworth was
I
sued?
believe the way you do that is have you heard, Mr. Broderick?
Have you heard that Mr. Ashworth was sued and settled a case for defrauding a client?
In
No.
excess of $1 million.
I had not.
Okay. And I take it you didn't take that into account in your opinion of Mr. Ashworth?
That's correct.
Okay. You're aware of state bar rules on professional conduct, aren't you?
Yes.
Were you aware that Mr. Ashworth was convicted of 2 drunk drivings?
No.
Were you aware that Mr.
I
Ashworth?
believe these should be have you heard.
Oh, I'm sorry. When an attorney is involved in litigation, as an attorney, he doesn't usually get involved as a judge, does he?
I don't think he can.
Have you heard that Mr. Ashworth had his name signed in orders in this case?
Objection, that's not correct, Your Honor.
So have you heard?
I don't know. I don't know. I have not heard.
The had you heard that that at the time that you were not receiving money for this case, that another lawyer was retained after writing a letter to Mr. Broderick about how best to handle his own client?
Objection, it seems facts not in evidence, not relevant.
Sustained.
Sir, you indicated that when you talk about fees and who pays the fees, one of the things the court looks at is what spouse is earning, has the highest earning capability. Is that correct?
Yes, in a court proceeding.
At that time, did you know that Mr. Broderick was earning about somewhere in almost close to $1 million a year?
Objection, Your Honor, this is irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, when the district attorney asked you about the fee agreement, he asked you about how that determination is, how they make that determination. Remember that?
Howard Court would make that determination.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and at that point in time, you knew that Mrs. Broderick was earning no money, didn't you?
Objection, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Did you talk to Mrs. Broderick about the fee arrangement, who was gonna pay?
Objection, Your Honor, this whole issue is
Well,
irrelevant.
that's relevant overall.
Yes.
And did you talk to her about the normal course of how it's paid? And what might happen in this case?
Yes.
And now normally, if you have a belief that you're not gonna be paid by the other spouse, you would require the money up front before you got involved in San Diego, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, it was your belief that you could get a court order for Mr. Broderick to pay.
I never was, if I had to, if the only way I could get a retainer in this case was by going in for a court order, I wouldn't have gotten into the case. It would have had to have been paid, in this case, on a voluntary basis by either Mr. or Mrs. Broderick.
And I take it that, you had at least told Mrs. Broderick that you would request those funds.
Yes.
And the reason you took it is you believe they would be forthcoming.
I assumed they would be forthcoming from someone.
Well, you believe you made the request of Mr. Broderick through his attorney, didn't you?
I did.
And you believe they would be forthcoming from him.
I hoped.
And at some point in time, did you talk to Mr. Ashworth about having to go to the legal community to make sure that Mrs. Broderick's rights were protected?
Yes. I think I wrote him to that, but
At least at some point in time, you had some concerns about the way the case was proceeding or the way he was handling it.
Who's he?
Mr. Ashworth.
I got brought into the case over the months at a very random method. I think I got concerned when, I think maybe 6 months later, and after I really had withdrawn, there was a notice of default sent out on behalf of Mrs. Broderick. Mrs. Broderick hadn't filed the response to the petition, which had been served on her in September or October.
And then you wrote, did you write this letter showing you defense and Your Honor, and that's on Mr. Jaffe's stationery?
Is there a date on there?
It's
September 23, 1986.
Thank you.
Yes, I wrote that.
I have no further questions at this time.
Mr. Burkhoff.
Once again, Mr. Jaffe, did you see anything in any way improper about the sale of the Coral Reef residence? The way it was handled, anything?
I did.
You're bringing to bear your 23 years as a family law practitioner and making that assessment?
Yes, I thought the deal that we had worked out on the 31st of January was the appropriate thing to do in that case at that time.
And you had a $5,000 or $10,000 retainer that had to be paid?
There was a $10,000 retainer that was to be paid.
And I think you stated that you assumed that these funds were going to be forthcoming. I got what your language.
I hoped.
Okay. Did you know exactly where they were going to be coming out of?
No.
Did you assume it might be reasonable that they'd be coming out of the sale of the house, the defendants share those proceeds?
It wasn't, it didn't make any difference to me where they came out at that point. I was into the case just in time alone, $5,000 or $6,000 and hadn't received any money.
Would that have been unusual, though, to have the defendant take the money she got from the sale of the house and give it to you if you're
You
retained?
know, often the monies will come out of a community asset or a community bank account, pending later determination as to who would be charged with those funds.
And who was it that retained you, Daniel Broderick or the defendant here?
Mrs. Broderick was the client.
You never had any conversations with Daniel Broderick about you getting retained for the defendant, did you?
You know, other than the, I think in that previously marked letter, I had sent Mr. Ashworth a copy of the retainer agreement that Mrs. Broderick had signed in October, and told him again that I would be involved in the case if someone would pay me my retainer.
Now, when you heard about Attorney Ashford taking the defendant's default, where did you get that information?
I was hearing from Mrs. Broderick every 2 or 3 months on a random phone call basis. I didn't know what was going on with the legal proceeding, if anything, in California, in San Diego. But since I felt that I was peripherally involved, that I was just nervous about being even peripherally involved in a case and not knowing what was going on because I didn't hear from anybody or anything. So I had my paralegal check the court file, the San Diego court file, to find out what was going on in the case, if anything. And she reported back to me that there'd been a notice of default taken according to this letter, this last exhibit introduced by counsel, that a notice of default had been sent in July.
You know what default that referred to, whether it was just a dissolution of the marital relationship or whether it had to do with actual marital property?
I don't think I ever saw the document itself. To this date, I don't think I have.
Is it unusual to have a bifurcation of the divorce process where couples get divorced? In other words, they're no longer husband and wife, but you still have to sort out who gets what in terms of property.
Yeah, but that's usually done by court order or stipulation. It's not done normally by just one side defaulting the other and only proceeding on that part of the case. That would be highly unusual.
Now, defense counsel said something about you asking the legal community to protect the defendant's interests.
Yes, that's what the letter said.
The letter that he showed you,
Yes.
and that was because that you thought the defendant was acting unreasonably in this divorce proceeding.
With all of the allegations and conduct, I think the letter really speaks for itself. I didn't think she was, because of her conduct, she was going to give a very hard time getting a lawyer, San Diego or elsewhere, or me. And it was my suggestion, I don't know if it was in this letter or the letter that you showed, that I thought a guardian ad litem should be appointed for Mrs. Broderick.
That was because she was unreasonable in your.
No, I didn't know at that time if she was, if she could come to grips and make a decision. And I thought somebody ought, and particularly in light of the bizarre conduct that I've been hearing about over really the course of the year, I thought perhaps some of the legal system ought to step in and perhaps appoint a guardian ad litem for her to make these kind of decisions for her.
Because of her unreasonable conduct.
because of
Bizarre conduct.
bizarre conduct.
In fact, didn't you cease representation largely because she wouldn't follow your advice and she wasn't an unreasonable client?
No objection.
Sustained, rephrase it.
Why did you cease representation of the defendant?
A number of reasons. She obviously wouldn't follow my advice, and I didn't think she would follow anybody's advice. Her conduct would just have us in court all the time, and I just think it's non-productive to run up thousands and thousands of dollars in legal fees defending contempts and those types of proceedings. I just don't think it's productive time, and that's not in my expertise. We handle large asset divorce cases, and my expertise is in dividing large estates. And I just thought it would be a horrible waste of time for me to have to keep coming down to San Diego to deal with all of these peripheral matters, which never got to the heart of the issue. And clearly, and I also wasn't getting paid. So a combination of those three factors, I essentially said, I really don't need this.
Had you been paid a $10,000 retainer, would you still want to remain representing the defendant?
Your Honor, objection calls.
Sustained.
If you had received your retainer, would the money itself have caused you to stay in the case?
Your Honor, objection calls for speculation.
It's not speculation.
No, overruled, you can answer that.
I don't know, to be honest with you. If somebody was paying my fee on a regular basis to go through what the process was of the Broderick divorce case, and if I thought I was being productive and helpful, I would have stayed in if I had any type of client control.
Did you in this case?
Well, I wasn't in it long enough. I mean, my first major venture into the case was to have the stip drawn up, divide the house proceeds, to get her essentially more than half based on the deal that we talked about before, and then she didn't accept that, and I thought that's what I had come down for, and I thought that's what was agreeable, and that's what was rational. And nothing happened on that occasion, and there was some other conduct that happened after the court order or shortly after that, and it was just too difficult a situation.
Because of the defendant's conduct.
Yeah, clearly.
Thank you.
Sure.
Sir, when you were asked about getting the legal system involved, you clearly indicated in the letter that you thought that the only way this case morally and ethically could go forward was Mr. Ashworth's office making sure that she had some representation there, even if it was by court order, rather than just going in and defaulting. Isn't that what you said?
She had to have competent legal representation in this case, but it's difficult when you have a very difficult client.
Sir, just if you could listen to my question.
I'm sorry.
My question was, didn't you write in the letter that not that the court system, but Mr. Ashworth, you felt had an obligation, if this case was to ethically and morally move forward, was to go to the court if there was no lawyer and make sure that somebody was appointed?
Either somebody was.
Excuse me, sir. The letter speaks for itself. The counsel's objection.
Well, sustained. You show him the letter and ask him a question from it. We referring to the defendant's hand?
Yes.
You want me to read that paragraph?
Just read it to yourself.
Read it to yourself.
Yes.
And it was your feeling, not that the court system, but that Mr. Ashworth's office had a duty for it to ethically and morally move forward, is that someone be appointed for her so that there would be someone in court to protect her interests.
It's an objection. Letter speaks for itself.
Overruled.
I suggested that a guardian ad litem be appointed for Mrs. Broderick regarding ad litem would then retain counsel and would have legal authority to retain counsel. Because I advised Mr. Ashworth that I didn't think Mrs. Broderick understood that how her conduct would affect the entire divorce proceeding.
You're aware of Mr. Broderick's conduct?
Only to the extent certain pleadings showed up in my file.
The, during the time that, when you first talked to Mrs. Broderick about the fee, apparently, at least you felt that this was a case that you would take, given if in fact you were paid. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I take it that, as you've mentioned before, you took it without money from Mrs. Broderick because you believed you would be paid from some source in San Diego. Mr. Broderick?
Objection, that's not his testimony.
Sustained. I think we've gone up into the fee arrangements really.
Well, the problems then that developed with Mrs. Broderick were problems after someone refused to pay the fee. Wasn't that correct?
Objection, that's not his testimony.
Overall, you can answer that.
No, it's not correct.
Okay. So you had misgivings about this case at the very time the fee agreement was signed without having any money up front. Is that correct?
My misgivings were not in October when the fee agreement was signed.
Okay.
My misgivings came up in November and December.
Okay. But in October, you didn't have any misgivings.
No, not at all.
And I'm sure that you communicated with Mrs. Broderick that you were told by Mr. Ashworth that Mr. Broderick was not going to be paying your fee, were you not?
Nobody ever advised me that.
Well, you told Mrs. Broderick that you had made the request and that you were never paid, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. And was she upset about that at all?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'll go for the question.
Any further, Mr. Burkhoff?
Yes.
How long are you going to be until time for the recess?
2 minutes?
Go ahead.
I have a 2-page document. It's a letter on Mitchell, Ashworth, Keeney, Berry, and Pike, stationery dated October 25th, 1989. We have that legal People's Exhibit 50.
So marked.
Are you familiar with People's Exhibit 50?
Yes.
Is that the letter that Tom Ashworth wrote in response to you, to your letter that you identified earlier with us?
It was true.
Thank you. Did you know whether or not the defendant had legal representation at the time that
That you wrote the letter that's true, showed you? Your Honor, objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Well, just do you know, yes or no?
Yes.
Overall.
Through personal knowledge, he knows?
He said he did.
what she represented?
Yes. Please.
So you're an attorney, aren't you? Aren't you?
Still.
Do you know what personal knowledge means?
Yes.
Okay. Personal knowledge is not what's.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you know from any other source than the fact that somebody might have told you something? Your source of knowing whether she had a lawyer, was that from Mr. Ashworth?
No.
Okay. And was that, at the time of that letter, you already had some personal knowledge?
Yes.
Okay, and who was that from?
Mrs. Broderick.
Okay, and she told you that she had a lawyer at the time that you wrote your letter?
That she had hired someone, yes.
Okay. And when did this conversation take place?
I don't know if it's a conversation. I think either conversation or she wrote it to me in a note.
But you wrote a letter September 23rd saying she needed a lawyer, is that correct?
She needed a, I don't want to sound patronizing, she needed a heavyweight lawyer.
So you had some doubts about the lawyer she had,
Yes, she did.
and that's the reason you were writing this letter?
It was, yes, that was one of the reasons.
I have no questions. Further, Your Honor.
Witness be excused?
Yes.
Surely.
Subject to recall. Subject to recall.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you for
Jaffe.
getting me on.
You're welcome.